whatever. There's only one. You want to do this? See which one works.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. My name is Unnat Singh. With me I have Dashmesh on tabla and Manav on dilruba, and I'm also on dilruba. Today we're going to be sharing a composition in Rag Bairadi. As you all know, there's 31 rags in Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. This is the 13th rag, Rag Bairadi. And it's supposed to stimulate emotions of recognizing all the hard work you've put in to accomplish things, and also stimulating that hunger to achieve more. So please give us your blessings and forgive us for any mistakes. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Good evening, GINU. Thank you everyone so much for joining us here live in New York City. For those of you with a Saturday Night Live reference. To those of you here in the audience and as well as the many watching online on YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us at our inaugural first ever Sikhs in Storytelling. And yeah, please. My name's Kavneet Singh. I'm the board chair of SALDEF, and it's really my great honor to have you all here today. This event was conceived with the idea of beginning to highlight the current talent that we have in our community of creativity, as well as to inspire. I think, and you'll see in a subsequent slide here, one of the things that we haven't done a great job of, I think, in the West is how are we telling our story? Who are we? What do we believe? What do we stand for? And what inspires us? What's our history? Whether it's from Punjab, whether it's from our gurus, whether it's from the countless story of Shahidi. What's the inspiration that we have that make us who we are? And so this is what Sikhs in Storytelling is going to attempt to do. So a little bit about SALDEF. Founded in 1996, SALDEF is the oldest Sikh American civil rights advocacy, and media organization in our country. So our work is centered around protecting the rights of Sikh Americans, around projecting a strong and accurate image of Sikhs, and also developing our youth through our Sikh Lead program. And this Sikhs in Storytelling, I think, is an evolution there, very much of how are we beginning to develop and channel talent. Because we don't take credit for any of the talent that you'll see here today, but our hope is to help amplify, to help lift, to help open doors for them to be even more amazing talent. One of the other pieces of work we do is research, both internal to the community and externally, of understanding what are the needs of the community, and then also what are the issues that we as a community face. So in 2015, with Stanford University and the Peace Innovation Lab, we did a landmark study called Turban Myths. And in that, some really interesting things that popped out is first, when shown the image of a Sikh man, less than 30% knew who that was. So if you think of that, 1 in 3 people can see the image of a Sikh with their dari, with their turban, with their dari and kesh, and understand who that is. Understand what that means, what those values stand for. And I think that's a very important thing. As many of us who either grew up with immigrant parents or ourselves immigrants, you'll know the story of seeing a Sardar in South Asia was, I know I could go there for safety, or seeing a Kaur is, I can go there for safety. Yet that hasn't translated to the West. Next. So how are we perceived? And interestingly here, over 20%, so 2 in 10, are afraid of some sort, have a negative reaction. I think the really interesting thing here is almost 60% have no reaction, which means that there's tons and tons of opportunity. So what we did here was think about how do we begin to express the Sikh identity and introduce folks to who we are as a community. And that was, our first effort here was through launching the Sikh American PSA. And so in partnership with our good friends at Comcast as well as the Center for Asian American Media, we produced a 30-minute short which has aired on Comcast, NBC Universal's entire network for 10 years now, for usually a month every year. So tens of millions, we would estimate over 100 million people have seen this video to get a quick glimpse about who Sikhs are. But there's so much more to be done. And that's our humble attempt today. As you'll see here in agenda, we have performances, we have remarkable storytellers, we have remarkable musical performances, panels for some really, really cool authors who I know very well and are all sisters to me. So I'm just overly excited to be here and celebrate this with you. I do also want to take one moment just to pause and thank the staff who put in remarkable effort in putting this together for you. So hopefully you'll get a chance to meet them, and they're running around, so you may not get a chance to see them all. But Amrita Kular, Director of Communications, who really put this together, and it was her brainchild. Deval Patel, who's running technology back there for us and engaged so much with the clients. Jaspreet Kaur, who's at the front, as always, managing ops for us. And then Puneet Kaur, who is right in the front, actually, so we can publicly all point at her, who's been instrumental in helping with being in New Jersey, New York locally. I also want to recognize a few of my fellow board members who are here. Jaspreet Kaur at the top, and Prabdeep Singh, who's local here in New Jersey, in New York, excuse me. So with that, my humble request for you all is, listen, be excited, appreciate the talent that we have in the community, and let's think about how do we move this talent and our Sangat and our community forward. So with that, it's my really great honor to introduce the first panel here, and with that, I'll introduce my sister from across the pond, who is now here in California, so we're local to each other, Anupreet Kaur Rensi, who will introduce this first panel, Storytelling for a New Era. Please put your hands together for Anupreet.
Thank you so much, and welcome. My name is Anupreet. I'm your host for the first panel. I'd actually like to invite the panelists up. We have Nurdeep, Ravjot, Navadroit, and Vishwadeep.
Where are your parents?
Border jumpers. We get them like 3 or 4 times a month looking for a free night.
You thought this through, right?
She needs help. End of story.
Learn from our mistakes. We made many. Cherish these moments.
God is real and makes everything happen. Why does God let bad things happen?
Maybe there isn't a reason. None of it is good or bad. It just is.
They're gonna think that you kidnapped her.
She doesn't have anyone else. Hey! You don't know what's out there. You don't see what I see. Hey, everything's gonna be okay.
What if they do?
Get after him, go, go, go!
This whole universe is yours. He will give it to you.
I used to be seen as an outsider, but now people see me as a villain. But I got a strange idea. If I'm going to stand out, I want people to see me as Sikh and an American.
All you Arabs and Democrats, go back where you came from.
Since the September 11th attacks, Sikh organizations say its members have been victims of more than 700 bias-related assaults.
Fuck you! Go back to Asia! Go back to Asia! Trump, God bless Trump, we're gonna nuke you guys. Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States. If you're not happy here, you can leave.
I am Singh. Now check it out, I'm not decked out with any jewelry or bling, except this crown on my head, which means I am Singh. It means I've submitted myself to the King, the Almighty and Divine. They have encompassed my heart and flooded my mind with their love and their wisdom. I pray to one day join their glorious kingdom. But till then their command I aim to obey, for they replenished my soul, I'm in their debt till my grave. So I strive in each moment to follow their way, because each and every day we go down the wrong path. In this illusion we craft, bring this earth down to ash, turning our worth in for cash. And I find it so sad, because these possessions are trash, while their knowledge is vast. So I've learned from our past, instead of choosing to cast away the lessons of those willing to pay the price of life. So instead of crumbling to my vice, I surrender to their might, because I am Singh. I am also a lion. They provide me faith that is never dying. And there is no denying that I'm tempted by sin, but I'm given the strength so I won't give in. And no matter how hidden, they know where I've been, they know what I've done, and they know who I am. Yet each time I fall, they help me to stand. So I follow their plan because they made me a better man. And so I say with pride, I am Singh. I am also a godsend, walking in their footsteps, yet in trouble by regrets and struggles. Still, they are there to guide me through all the rubble every time I'm in need. So their message I heed, it's for them which I bleed. I've been able to receive so much in this life that I live. I've taken so much, yet have nothing to give except for myself. So I work to share the truth and spread their message. For I'm a vessel, I'm a servant, I am Singh.
Now, please come on. I'm so sorry I didn't know that was going to play, but that was the best introduction for the four of our panelists, so please come and join me. Now, I want to start by saying that this event would actually be called In Storytelling if it wasn't for the light that was and is Guru Nanak Dev Ji, the most masterful storyteller. And in thinking about this event, I wanted to share some Gurbani translated into English because it shows me and all of us the importance of storytelling in the Sikh faith. Burn your attachments and grind them into ink. Turn your intelligence into the finest paper. Make the love of God your pen, and let your conscious mind be the scribe. Now, the Sikh Gurus, all the way from Guru Nanak Dev Ji to Guru Gobind Singh Ji, were prolific storytellers, prolific writers. And at that time, they predominantly used pen, paper, and ink, and musical instruments to share their wisdom. And over the centuries since, we've had the introduction of technology and lots of different mediums to play with. And the same messages are told, they're just told in different formats. With me today are four people that I would say are pioneers at the front of modern storytelling and modern media. We have an animator, a content creator, a producer, and a filmmaker. So welcome. The first question I'd like to ask all of you is, most people would say living in America is an uphill battle to tell the Sikh story to a nation that perhaps doesn't even understand or has never heard of the Sikh faith. So what is the driving force behind why you're all choosing to place Sikhi in the heart of your storytelling? Let's start with Rabjot.
First off, thank you for that beautiful introduction. Thank you for having us, and thank you, SALDEF, for having us as well. I think it's imperative, because I think until we're not depicted as real human beings that are nuanced and have depth, just like everybody else, we're just only ever going to be tokenized characters. For me, growing up, I grew up in a post 9/11 America. I lived in this tiny, tiny town called Waterford, Connecticut. It was super racist, very, very white, very homogeneous. And I was the only brown person, genuinely. Like, not even just the only Sikh, but the only brown person, and one of the only handful of people of color in general. So for me, it's like there was no question of why I include Sikhi in my storytelling. It's because it's imperative. At that time, growing up, the only images ever being shown on television screens were men that looked like my dad with a pug and a dari, and they were being depicted as savages and as brutes and as these horrible people, which is not the case for either of our communities, for the Muslim community or for the Sikh community, or any others that are affected. But that's why it's really important to me.
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I was listening to it.
It's helpful.
Yeah.
Why do you choose to place Sikhi at the heart of your content?
Great, thank you. For me, it's because my existence is encompassed by Sikhi, especially ever since I got into poetry, which was, you had alluded to it, our gurus were writers and storytellers. So when I discovered poetry, it was, I had this realization of I'm literally following my guru's footsteps of being a poet, being this writer, this storyteller, and that's what allowed me to connect with Sikhi more. So it encompasses pretty much everything I do, especially when I'm making mistakes. And so for me, it's hard for me to tell a story, even if it isn't about Sikhi or a Sikh, it's hard for me to tell a story and not incorporate Sikhi in some way, shape, or form.
So I wanted to start by saying thanks to SALDEF as well for hosting this event. I know tomorrow's magazine, so one of the things that's interesting is before I answer the question is, I've seen the banner a few times, all the panelists who are coming in, most of them are women. Usually Sikh storytelling historically and contemporarily is very male-centric, so it's good to see a lot of women represented today, so shout out to all the women. And I say because my wife reminds me a lot as an artist, my art is very male-centric. And it's not intentional, but it's, so I'll connect it to the question you asked. I was an engineer. I'm a typical South Asian family. My parents gave me two options, become an engineer or a doctor. So I pre-med, and then I kind of changed to pre-engineering. Eventually I went into tech. And then 9/11 happened. And I was living very close to New York City, and I felt that heat, right? A lot of you have that experience. I worked from home for 2 weeks. When I stepped out, almost every fellow American flipped me off, called me names, bloodshot eyes, and I had just come to Sikhi like literally a few months before. I just put on my dastar and had my body growing long. So it was a tough time, but one of the answers is a lot of times when you are going through difficult times, tragedies, there also are opportunities for sometimes doing new things. So for me, it was really unfortunately 9/11. But my goal is not necessarily just to sort of inform people about who Sikhs are, but I want to normalize. Like, I want to see Sikhs who are going into space, who are chefs, who are doing things that you don't imagine somebody in a truck can do. That's kind of like my mission.
Yeah, I think Sikhi is just inherent to who I am and the work, so it bleeds in naturally. It would feel weird if it wasn't a part of it. It would feel like I'd be fighting like my very being in the act of creation. But it's important to be able to as we saw earlier, a lot of people in the United States don't really know who we are or what we stand for, what we believe in. And I think the beauty of investing these thoughts, philosophies, beliefs into our work, it allows people who don't know about us to empathize, to sympathize, and to realize that we're just like everyone else, right? We just practice differently. And I think the power of being able to include it in storytelling is that a person can get wrapped up in that and not even realize that there's a message that's being kind of thrown at them. So I think, and then we all know this, we grew up in a really beautiful faith. We grew up in something that's really genuinely generous. And I think there's a lot of gifts that can be given through that and through storytelling. So I think that's why it's built into the work.
Thank you. Nurdeep, I'll stick with you. Your film, Land of Gold, it sits in its kind of own genre, I'd say, of authentic diasporic experiences. What elements do you consider to get it right for both the Eastern and Western audience?
Right. When I was writing a script, I made a very conscious decision to not feel like I had to represent anyone specifically. I felt like I was representing my experience and my family's experience, people I could speak for directly. And I think by doing that, I wound up doing a good job with most folks in that sense. I also wasn't afraid about you know, as storytellers, I'm sure we can all agree with this, we tend to get trapped in this. There's kind of two different stereotypes of how we tend to be portrayed. It's either really bad or really, really good. And that buys into a lot of model minority and stereotyping type things. And I'm, you know, Rob said it earlier, I'm really interested in nuanced portrayals of characters in general. And I want to see us as nuanced characters who are making mistakes, who are fallible, who are just trying to live their lives. I mean, everyone here, me included, you know, do shitty things sometimes and do great things sometimes. And I really wanted to bring that kind of a character to the forefront of the film. So in terms of representation, I think that was sort of my guiding light. It was like, if this person feels real, and this family feels real, and the way the faith is explored in the film feels real and honest, that both Eastern and Westerners would be able to see themselves in it, even if it's not them exactly. So that's kind of how I approach that.
Makes sense. And on that topic of authenticity, I'll come to you now. With Gurbani and a lot of Sikhi, you have to keep it authentic. You have to keep it in its 100% essence, not to lose the power, the meaning of it. So for social media, everyone here knows that, you know, we love our dopamine hits, we love scrolling. That's how the human brain works. How do you take something that is so powerful and should not be diluted and translate it to social media?
Yeah, it's a challenge for sure. It's not easy, but I found the approach that works best for me is to really hone in on one subject, because you have 1, maybe 2 minutes max of people's attention, unless your production is amazing. So for these videos I'm doing in my home, right? Like it's a matter of really just honing in, instead of like throwing all these different pieces of information, like just, oh, this is what I'm keeping right here. This is what the history is. Like instead of doing all that in one video, I separate it. 1, because it's more content, but 2, then it's actually easier to explore the topic at hand, right? So I recently, I think a couple of weeks ago, did a video on Janvikala, and like, yeah, I could easily just give a quick like a quick 1 or 2 sentence thing about it, but instead I really talk about it through examples of my own life, or through examples I've witnessed of the community and of what the gurus say, and you know, translation, they'll always be a little lost in translation, but in order to keep it as authentic as possible, I just hone in on like, what is the core of this concept that I'm exploring in whichever video it is.
Hard work, I've tried. I'm still trying. And Vishwajit, I think I'd love to start off firstly with you to honor your story of moving from the US to Delhi, being a survivor, a witness of the 1984 Sikh genocide. It's really important to mention, since it's 40 years this year, next month. Surviving that and then coming back to the US only to experience more xenophobia, racism, and so on. That's a lot. That's a heavy personal story. So what are some of the key themes and messages that you try to take from that personal experience and place into your storytelling?
Yeah, I mean, you know, human beings are very resilient. You know, you hear stories of contemporary wars in Gaza or in Ukraine, and many others that have happened. Some are not in the news, but they're happening. You know, human beings can get hurt a lot, and then somehow they'll get up and they'll move forward. So I know 84 is very much part of my story, and my family came very close to that. We had a mob that came to our house in Delhi on the morning of November 1st, 1984. You know, of course, I've lived through 9/11. You know, I focus on, despite the fact that those 2 events happening, there were a lot of good human beings who've actually helped us along the way, strangers, people we knew, people who we knew well. For whatever reason, I focus more on those people and not on the bad folks. And you know, I've come to also learn, we're all on a spectrum. Good people do horrible things all the time, as you mentioned. A lot of hate crimes against Sikhs are not done by genuinely 24/7 and racist people. You know, I've been called Osama bin Laden many times, and most of those people who call me Osama bin Laden probably are people who are doing good things as well, right? Human beings are very vulnerable. So I've learned that over life. You know, I'm vulnerable, most people are vulnerable. What do you do with your vulnerability? What do you do with your mistakes, right? So that's what I pull out of Sikhi as well, because Sikhi is very much about self-reflection. Now, it's not easy to do it a lot of times, but I try to focus on how do I become a better version of who I am. And that's sort of what I pour into my art.
It's beautiful, thank you. That's a real example of leading with compassion, so one of our core values, thank you. And Rajot, I don't know if anyone saw the exhibition, the art display while walking in, which Rajot set up. Your mom was also there in 1984, witnessed it. You say that she doesn't remember it due to trauma, and a lot of your family members don't even want to talk about it due to fear. How do you go about extracting, documenting, and I guess representing these stories? They told me to go to you.
Yeah, it's heavy. It's heavy. She doesn't necessarily remember too much, but she was around 16 years old. So, and that's an age where you have memory. And what she does remember is that she was actually hidden. She lived in Delhi. Her whole family was based in Delhi, including extended relatives. They all hid in the homes of these kind Hindu Punjabi neighbors for the most part. And they hid for weeks on end, some of them. Some of them were even relocated to the camps that the government had set up at the time. So each person kind of had their own story. And so the piece that you're talking about is called Zubani Kahani, which means spoken story. So I was thinking, I was like, how can you put this huge and very censored topic in a way that preserves its history, in a way that allows people to really learn without it being barred or censored or putting anybody at risk. So you bring up the fact that they're scared to speak about it. That's because it is a scary topic to speak about, even in contemporary times. Like there have been, a lot of attacks against Sikh activists. So I think a lot of people are so terrified, especially in my family, that they'll be perceived as a threat that they just choose to not even communicate what they went through. But this is history that we have to preserve. So when I thought about her story, the first thing that I did was, okay, she has a missing memory. That's kind of like a detective story. So for me as an artist, as a fine artist, the first thing that I went to was, let me put up her story as a detective board and really solve this puzzle of my mother's missing memory. And so I actually ended up interviewing a bunch of her extended family members and getting like little snippets from them. And they had a hard time speaking about it, but I'm a seasoned documentarian. I work with a lot of vulnerable populations, and there's a way to like really, there's a way to like connect with people. There's a way to settle them down and get them to walk you through, difficult topics. So that's kind of how I put that together, and that's kind of the meaning of that piece, was like preserving your history.
And given it is the 40-year anniversary, it's not a pretty anniversary, what can people here do to support the awareness around 40 years, having seen no justice, no truth really surface across the globe? What can we do?
That's a heavy, suggestion. But I think everybody has to be comfortable speaking about it because, as we said, we are a targeted group at this time. The Indian government doesn't really take kindly to a lot of issues that they perpetuate on the minorities in India. So while keeping that care in mind, I think fine art is a really wonderful and liberated place where you can still talk freely and express yourselves freely. So if you can communicate the same messages that you would in otherwise maybe a textbook or a documentary, but through art, I think that's a really great place to start. I think uplifting each other's stories and maybe just asking your grandparents, or your mom and dad, or your aunts and uncles who went through it, like, what was it like? Like, that's a beautiful way to preserve that history and not let it go, just swept under the rug, I think.
Thank you. Yes, of course.
See, one of the things, we all do ardas, right? And in the ardas, in the third chapka, right, we say, right? So a lot of that we think about it is historical from the 1800s, right, or 1600s. 1984 is part of our present sort of modern day history, and I think when you do ardas, you can add 1984 in there, and I would really encourage everybody here. And I know, we have sort of this contemporary fear and who controls the narrative, the Indian government or we do, but at the very least in your homes, you don't have to do this in public. You can actually acknowledge that this happened. Because a lot of our families, we know somebody in our families who lived through it, and I think start with your families. Like acknowledge in June, on 31st October, November. Let's start within our families, because I think if we're not going to sambal this, nobody else will, right? So you're not going to tell an American, don't remember 9/11, right? Well, why should we forget 1980?
Thank you. Now, one thing I find really powerful in storytelling is when you can see yourself in another character. Nurdeep in his film Land of Gold plays a Sikh American, and he makes an unexpected friendship or bond with a young Mexican American. And through that relationship, you actually see that they're more alike than different. So, Nurdeep, how important is it for Sikh storytellers to draw those parallels between other communities?
Yeah, I think, I mean, it kind of ties into your first question, like how do I see Sikhi in my work? For me, it's conversations between communities. I think that for me personally, I don't see our community getting to advance or profit from kind of siloing ourselves off. And our identity in the United States has very much been in relationship with other cultures. So like the first Sikh immigrants to the United States came as loggers and farmers to the West Coast in the late 1800s, early 1900s. And when they were oppressed, they wound up bonding with the Mexican communities and the Latino communities in California. And you can go around to Sikhs, you can go around to South Asians, and most people don't really know about that history, unfortunately. It's starting to come out. And particularly now when there is this siloing off politically with everything that's going on in the world, especially in our own country, that we forget that, hey, we're here together with other people. So I think with my work, I really wanted to be able to show and pay homage to the first time we were with other people here, surviving and thriving, and having that conversation. I think, again, I grew up in the white suburbs of Pennsylvania for the most part, but I'm also an immigrant for Europe. So my experience as a Sikh has been in relationship to other people, and mostly non-Sikhs as a result of where I've had to grow up. So I think having that conversation with other communities and that sharing of culture, that sharing of faith, that sharing of how do we live, how do we want to live, is kind of vital to us. Especially because, it's seva, it's service, it's, being able to provide food for someone or, protect them, give shelter. That's kind of what my film was really all about, was this man who's sort of neglected his faith and rejected it because of his family, realizing that all that stuff is still in him, and he decides to help this young woman in crisis. So yeah, I think that narratively speaking, I'm really interested in the conversation between us and other people and how we can kind of share our tenets without maybe having to share our tenets, if that makes sense.
Yeah, right. Recognize the human race as one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If you haven't watched it, please go and watch the movie. It's incredible.
Thank you.
Shout out. And now you also work with other communities, so other faith educators. Have there been any lessons that you have taken away from them about how they are sharing faith in this new era of storytelling?
Yeah, I mean, one thing that's really cool about talking about Sikhi is it invites people of other faiths. So I've been able to interact with people of many different faiths. And actually one time, it was like in 2020, 21, I built connections through my content, and we actually just did a Zoom where we all just discussed our faiths together. It was like, there was a Christian, a Jewish person, a Muslim, myself, and it was just like a fun, nice conversation. We all kind of just exchanged thoughts, and it happens naturally with my content too, where people of different backgrounds will say, oh, like this principle is similar to my faith's principle of whatever it may be. And so I think it's really allowed me to better understand just even how to talk about Sikhi and understanding, knowing that there's a lot more overlap or parallels than I even knew. Because I'm the same way that a lot of people are unaware of Sikhi, I'm unaware of other faiths. And so, I know of them more than maybe people know about Sikhi, but I don't know their deep teachings. So talking to these people and engaging with them and even making content in some cases where I collaborated with them has just allowed me to better understand that message of oneness. So yeah, that's been a really great the byproduct of doing this.
And now I really want to touch on the reshaping word or theme of this panel. Vishwajit, you found a way to go against the grain and take heavy stories and make them, so we saw some of your work, we make them into cartoons, animation, which is typically more colorful, fun, easy to digest and entertaining. What made you want to do that? And is there something about animation that is entertainment the way forward in this new era?
So after 9/11 happened, like many people, I was consuming a lot of media at the time, news media, and I remember seeing a editorial cartoonist. So these are cartoonists who work for newspapers, and this one guy, his name is Mark Fury. He's a Pulitzer Prize-winning cartoonist. He created a cartoon about 5-6 weeks after 9/11 in response to a lot of the hate crimes, and it was titled Find the Terrorist, and it was an animated cartoon, so he's a pioneer in the world of cartooning. He was one of the first cartoonists who was using animation, and you had to click on these fast-rotating images of men, white man, Hindu man, Hispanic, Sikh, white man, and it turns out, so you had an introduction to each one of them, and the terrorist happened to be Joey, the white man who had committed a hate crime against a fellow American, right? To me, it was a very profound sort of image because I, until then, had never seen Sikhs represented in a positive light or even capturing our predicament, like how we live. And he sketched the Sikh guy really well as well, so that helped. But the thing is, I knew he was probably not going to create another cartoon, and he did not, about Sikhs. So it took a few months. I had this idea, maybe I should teach myself how to do cartooning, which I did. So that's where internet comes in very handy. I taught myself how to do cartooning, formed a website called Sicktoons in late 2002. And I, engineer by day, cartoonist by night, I was creating cartoons inspired mostly by either news stories or my own experience, or fellow Sikhs' experience, right? So that's kind of what I've been doing. And then along that journey, I sketched a Captain America image in 2011, which took a life of its own. Somebody asked me to dress up as Captain America. I said no. It took them a year to convince me to do it. And then along that path, I met Sikh Lens Film Festival. Some of you might know, probably one of the very few film festivals, Sikh film festivals around the globe. It's in Southern California, and one of the grads from Chapman University that Sikh Lens has partnership with was randomly assigned a project to come follow me in New York. This crazy guy who dresses up as Captain America. So they created a short documentary called Red, White, and Beard, which is on YouTube. And one of the filmmakers out of the three somehow connected to my story, and he asked me in 2018, Vishwajit, I want to tell you a life story. I said, sure. So how do we tell that life story? So there are two options, live action or animation. We chose animation because we knew 1984 and 9/11 were going to be part of my life story to be told. You know, if you want to tell 9/11 and 84 live action, there's a lot of challenges. So we chose animation because animation it gives you a lot of creative freedom. You don't have to have people, you don't have to set up a scene. It also leaves things to the imagination, right? You're not seeing actual blood per se. You know, your brain sees animation a little differently than live action. So we went that route. Ryan had never done animation, I had never done animation. But now we're both in love with animation, and we're already thinking, okay, what's our next pitch? And we're already pitching, we're already writing stories, full feature length or episodic sort of streaming platform shows, animation shows or features American stories with Sikh characters. So it's very important, and I know, Nardeep, you mentioned this, you know, I'm very big into, I want to tell American stories that have Sikh characters. I don't want to tell Sikh stories that happen to be American, and there's a difference between those two. I'm an American, and I want every American and people who are not American to see me as an American, right? And I know it's a lot of work, but we have to insist on our storytelling. I'm the one who's telling the story. And my hope is one day, you know, we'll confuse Americans long enough. Captain America does confuse them. You know, we're American.
That's really powerful. I hope we do see that in 5 to 10 years from now. Now, one thing about this panel is different to the rest. I'm going to pick on you, Rabjot. She's the only woman here. And also, women aren't really seen in the media, right, in being producers and directors. So what challenges have you faced as a woman in this industry?
I'll give you a silly one, but I also wanted to say I'm also the only queer Sikh woman on this panel. And I think that might be a little controversial, but I have my chosen family up there. Sandeep, and I just wanted to shout that out as well and say that's an equally important form of, thank you, Nov, representation as well. So different in many ways. What I will say is, for example, I was just at this film festival, and I was a producer on the film, and I also was the art director. And I was asked more times, oh, what role did you play? More so than anybody, nobody assumed that I was a producer. Nobody usually typically sees a glamorous woman who really owns herself and owns her identity and says, oh yeah, she must be like someone in charge. They kind of always dilute us to these positions where we're just on screen, or, you know, just like the constant objectification of women. And that's across all industries, but especially prevalent in my experience in the film industry. So it's really difficult. I've faced a lot of challenges with that. It took a lot longer, I'd say, and I have to work a lot harder to get on the same panels or projects or leadership positions. I have to dilute my personality so much. I have to come across as like this very in charge, masculine, cold, cutthroat type of person, where I think men are allowed to be goofy and present themselves however they want to be presented. And I don't really get that luxury until they get to know me and until I've already broken that barrier, if that makes sense.
You're the first doing it, so thank you.
I don't think the first, but thank you. It's difficult. It's difficult, and I think we have a long way to go still. But I definitely see a lot more women in charge now. I see a lot more women behind the scenes, and I'm really, really proud of them. And in front of the camera as well. I think that diversity and that inclusion and that lens that women bring and that queer people bring is definitely very necessary.
Definitely inspiring people here. Let's say, okay, sticking with you, let's say we're back here in 10 years from now, same audience, same panel, same theatre. What would you hope to be celebrating about the representation of Sikhs in the US in media?
I think there is so much incredible work already being put into that. There's folks like Diljit Dosanjh, for example, who was at Coachella. There was another Punjabi artist who was also at Coachella. I'm forgetting the name, but it's amazing. Like, that's already huge strides being made. And there's folks like Lily Singh, you know, Mindy Kaling. There's a lot of work that's being done now, and I see that these folks are like the pioneers. This is just the conception, right? This is just that inciting moment. So I definitely think 10 years from now, I would love to see television shows and books and you know, music and more Coachella headliners that are Sikh, that are Desi in general, South Asian in general. That'd be amazing. And I think it'd be great to see us, like everybody on the panel has kind of already, you know, alluded to, as real people and not just as these tokenized versions or caricatures of, you know, who Sikhs are. So I'd love to see some really messy dramas featuring a Sikh lead, or I'd also love to see Sikhs and Muslims both portrayed, you know, with their traditional headwear on. Because I think a lot of characters kind of are Sikh, but they don't always present as super Sikh. Which is fine. I think you can present however you want, but I do think the media definitely needs that initial visual to kind of go attached to, you know, the stories that we're trying to tell.
So more of it you see, the more normalized it becomes.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I absolutely think so. And I think a lot of people are making great strides.
Before we go on, I just want to touch on Bollywood, because you have worked there, and there is often this comedic, it's not just in the West, but there's this comedic character that's attached to a Sikh man. Why does that exist, and how can we break it down?
Yeah, I had the pleasure of working in Bollywood, which is a very fun and very complex place. And I'm glad to be back here, is all I'll say. But yeah, we've historically been portrayed as like the comedic relief, which I think is very telling, again, how India handles minority characters. And it's not just Sikhs who are being portrayed in that, in kind of like a negative stereotype. I do think Bollywood does that to Muslim people as well, like especially Pakistani people. I can't really remember too many Bollywood movies that I watched growing up where a Pakistani person wasn't portrayed as a terrorist. So it's like, it's almost parallel to like how Americans kind of, you know, create that stereotype for us here. So I kind of see that as a one-to-one. But yeah, there's a huge issue with that. I think it's because the writers' rooms have no Sikh people. I think it's because the writers' room barely have any Muslim people. I think it's because there's barely any Sikh directors. Like, can you name one in mainstream
I'm
Bollywood?
looking at
yeah, I can't really name one either. I really can't. So I think, and there is that distinction between Sikhs often in Bollywood are portrayed by Hindu Punjabis. And I think we could do a much better job at genuinely casting Sikh men or Sikh women or others as their actual role. And I think India's very many decades behind America and a lot of the West in the sense that we're actually trying a little bit now to cast in an accurate way, or at least the society is pushing towards that. India has not quite reached that yet.
I think we need to host this panel in India as well.
I think so, I do.
Thank you. Now, can we go on to you? What are we going to be celebrating in 10 years about Sikh representation?
Just to kind of piggyback off of Jyoth's point, for me, I just want Sikhs in every genre imaginable. In the few pieces of media that we do have in the West, at least, it's always these really emotional dramas, which are great, but we are more than just, it doesn't always have to be about our identity. I think Nirdeep was touching on this before. It doesn't always have to be about being a Sikh. So I want a Sikh lead in rom-coms, I want a Sikh lead in a thriller, a mystery, an action, Dave Patel just released Monkey Man, it's great, there's a South Asian action hero, but how is there not a Sikh action hero in the West? It's a no-brainer. So it's things like that, and I'm striving to be a screenwriter, so that is something that I incorporate. And also, I really appreciate that you touched upon it, of Singhs, of Sardars, because sometimes, a lot of times there are Sikh characters, but the leads tend to not be Sardars. Everyone around them will be a Singh, will be a Sardar, and then the lead, for whatever reason...
You can tell
as well.
They're based it on Daris.
Yeah, exactly. And the lead will have their hair cut, and either they're wearing a fake, costume, or their hair is cut. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm just saying we don't see any Singhs Sardars in that way, and I think highlighting that would be huge for me as someone who... This is another thing, it's a small thing maybe for some people, but as someone who doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, doesn't do any of this, has my case, has the start, I never see myself to that degree, and that's something I plan to create, honestly, because I don't trust other people to do it. It's something I'll let people in. I'm working on a script for a kind of a sitcom type thing. I don't know when it'll come to fruition, but it's gonna have a Sikh lead, and so that's where my mind hopefully will have some of those within 10 years, you said. So yeah.
We'll be celebrating that. Thank you. Vishwajit.
I share the vision that Ravjot and Nab have spoken about. I want to see an army of Sikh artists. Not part-timers, not part-time physician, lawyer, engineer who's doing. I want to see full-time artists who are struggling, because it's a struggle, by the way. It's not easy to become an engineer or doctor, by the way, either. You put in that hard work into becoming a filmmaker or an artist. You might not make $100,000, $200,000 necessarily, but your impact potential when you make a film or another kind of content is so many more times, right? So my hope is in 10 years, we have shows, films, probably an Oscar candidate, an Oscar winner as well, right? So the point about comedy and Sikh, some of that, we have to take ownership. Some of the films, Punjabi films that come out, a lot of them are created and produced by Punjabis and Sikhs. We are creating comedy content nonstop, right? We're projecting ourselves as jokers, right? So you can, of course, blame somebody else at some point, and maybe at the source that was the case, but you have to take ownership, right? So my hope is young ones here, you take ownership and say, Mom and Dad, I'm going to do this, and this is what I want to do. But again, tell nuanced stories, because we all have complicated life stories, right? So that's what I want to see in 10 years. Winning shows, people are going to be watching and talking about these shows with the stars, long hair, and really, I know, we talk a lot about turbulent beards, but really Sikh women who are going to be sort of taking a lead into telling a lot of women's stories as well.
I don't know if you all have this experience, but whenever you see a movie or a TV show and you see a Sardar, you're like, oh, I see it, right? I want in 10 years to that not happen. That, right? You'll see a World War I movie, and then there's one mug in the corner, and you're like, oh, they got us, we were there, you know? Like, I want that to stop, where we get so excited for just like a crumb. It just echoes everything we're saying, but I want us to be so prevalent that we don't even think about it anymore. I want, like, the next, in 10 years, the Sikhs in Storytelling panel to be about something, not about us trying to get more representation. It's more about, like, arguing about how are we representing ourselves. And, like, that horror movie was weird, or, like, I want us to be able to make bad stuff, because I feel like, you've made it when you can make mediocre stuff. And we don't always have to be making like the best thing on the planet, because that's the only way people will take us seriously. Whether that's in comedy or in drama or whatever that is. But I think a prevalence of representation to the point that we don't have to talk about we're not represented enough. That's like what I would love to see in the next 10 years.
That's what you all have to look forward to. Nurdeep, I will ask you one question just to close this. Obviously, we all have ideas, or hope we do. There's a big problem with this industry in particular in terms of funding. So there are probably people in the audience here who want to get started. What would you advise them if they want to go and pitch their idea?
Man, I wish I had good advice here. You were saying, like, don't be doctors or lawyers, go be creatives and everything. It's the understanding that being a storyteller in whatever format that is, it's tough, and that's okay. Part of being a storyteller is fighting through those challenges to be heard, because you feel like you've got something to say. And if you feel that way, you should definitely say it and figure out how to do it no matter what. Because honestly, this industry, and I've, we've all experienced this in various forms, it's tough, and it wants to ignore you. So you just kind of have to put your stuff out there no matter what. Whether that's on YouTube or TikTok, or get it into film festivals, or win, like the only reason I got Land of Gold made was because I won a massive diversity and initiative grant that allowed me to get the financing to make the film. But I had to win a diversity grant, right? I had to prove that the story was worth being told, and luckily people responded. But I think if you have something that you want to tell, if you have something that you want to say, don't wait for permission, because I think that is what we're all waiting for. We're all waiting to be acknowledged and have that validation. But unfortunately, that's not going to happen until you make the thing. So if there's something inside you that you want to express, figure out the way to express it, find your community that can help you make it, and then go make it. And then figure out everything after that, because then maybe that's demoralizing, I don't know. But I think that's like the only answer I have, is you just gotta do it come hell or high water. And almost have like that confidence in that, not delusion, but like delusion that what you're saying is important enough to get heard and seen and all that. I don't know, I'm sure someone else can weigh in on this too.
Would you like me to pitch in?
I would like you to, yes.
So when we made American Sick, we did 2 crowdfunding campaigns. There was 600 people around the globe who gave us almost $200,000, anywhere from $10 to $10,000, and it was very hard, man. I mean, I had to beg some people. I had to use all the political capital I've built in the last 20 years since I started cartooning in doing that, right? It's not easy. So in Punjabi we say be a teet, teet means just be like stubborn. Be stubborn, right? Look, it's not easy, but we're all consuming somebody's content, right? We watch films, somebody's Netflix and Hulu show. Well, it's not easy for them either. Yes, some people have more privilege, they'll have an easier time. But I think as we build our portfolios, it's going to become a tad easier. Having done American Sick now and at World Premiering at Tribeca, people show me a bit more respect now, right? I've gone to some of the big animation studios. The door has opened to the point where I can pitch to Sony or somebody else. Now, they're not saying yes, but I'll share this with you. The executives at Sony Animation said this to us, to me and Ryan. We don't have a problem with sick superheroes. Give us a story that kind of has a little bit of comedy, it's this and that. They had no problem with envisioning a sick superhero. That's huge. That's huge, right? So, but you're gonna have to do the hard work. And I will say this to a lot of people sitting here, we do not have dearth of money in our community. Please open up your wallets. Take risks. You know, when you invest in businesses, you take a risk. Not every business you're going to invest in is going to make money. Invest in Sikh artists and say, you know what, you go do what you want to do. You might fail, that's fine, but if you succeed, we succeed. Put in your money. I know we have so much money in our community. Open your hearts. That's what you have to do, right? And you never know, one or two of those things will make it big. So please support artists. Very good.
Stop asking us to do it for Seva. Yeah, I've been writing and performing for 13 years now, and a lot of times when people invite me, specifically like the Sikh community invites me for performances, they're like, I'm like, okay, like, what's your budget? And they're like, oh, we were wondering if you could, like, do it because because we're Sikh. And I'm like, how am I gonna make a living if you're not helping me with that? My first paid gigs were from random schools. I performed a bunch of colleges, and it was like in Louisiana and Tennessee and Texas, and these didn't have Sikhs at their campuses at all. And so the fact that they invested in me, and sometimes my own community wouldn't, was a really complicated thing for me to digest and deal with. But to Vishwajit's point, I kept doing it, and now here we are.
If I can add one thing to this. Yeah, the money thing's real. I've been making films for 20 years, and I can count on my hands the amount of Sikhs that have actually supported the work in the early stages where it's important, right? Like, we have films, we've had projects that are now, like, people know about them, we're here on this panel. Now it's easy to support us. But before that, that's when you really need the support and the help. So, like, if you know people or are people who can contribute to young artists who are starting out, that's when you gotta do it, because that shows that support, that says we want these stories told, Unfortunately, capitalism, money shows support, and that's a real thing.
Let me just quickly, and I know we're running out of time. So I'm a public speaker. I get paid for doing public speaking, right? So who started inviting me? Schools, companies, all non-Sikh. I still do that. I sometimes go to camps and gurdwaras, and Americans, when they invite me, the first thing they ask me, Vishwajit, how much do you charge? They pay me, they put a value to the work that I do. You know what most Sikhs say to me is, Vishwajit, do it for free. Or if I ask them, this is my rate, well, sorry, I cannot do this. And I know they have money, right? So I'm sorry if this is uncomfortable, but we have the money, but we have this mindset. Gives best in there. But you know what? You'll spend money go watching a film in a theater. You'll buy stuff, right? So I'm begging you, please support Sikh art. Don't ask for Seva, right? Please don't do that. Ask a Sikh artist, how do I put value on your work?
On that note, I hope you've all taken something away from this panel, that you are really looking at the pioneers, the future, the people at the forefront of modern storytelling. I'd love you to all give them a big round of applause. They will stick around. I think I'll hand back to the organizers.
about to start off with our presentation. If everybody can please take your seats. A quick request for those of you sitting on the edges, if you could just move into the middle, since people are still drifting in, having them walk around is hard. So again, if you all can take your seats, that would be awesome. We're about to have an awesome performance from the one and only Nav the Poet. Thank you. All right, if everybody can please take their seats. Now, one last request. Without further ado, let's give it up for the one, the only, Nav the Poet!
I'm a follower of Sikhism. Now that might be a new word for some, and that's okay. As a follower of this faith, I'm what you call a Sikh. I'm a follower of Sikh. Now that might be a new word for some, and that's okay. As a follower of this faith, I'm what you call a Sikh. Some people pronounce it Sikh, but the actual pronunciation is Sikh. S-I-K-H. Sikh translates to student. I don't know what's good. I don't have to play the video, it's fine. This is like my first video when I started educating about Sikh. So I'm going to first share a quick piece with you. This is called... Thank you. Ooh, I love it. Okay, so this piece is called Defined, and I'm going to share it with you. They say that I'm a terrorist, yet they don't know what terror is. Place my face up on a wanted poster since I was a little kid, yet when I grab the mic, curl my fingers, make a fist. You should just sit back and listen to the words that I will spit. Use my wit, plus all the gifts given to me by the king. Spread their message round the world, hoping peace is what I bring. Through words that terrorize, attacking straight at the foundations of the blatant ignorance confining minds of every nation. So when I share my rage, you should go call TSA. There's no need to randomly search for me. I'm right up on this stage, and my words turn into bullets when they're lifted off the page. Turn the mic held in my hand into a shiny new AK. Dropping bombs within my verses, blowing up to change the game. I'll refrain from holding back the truth or feeling any shame, because I won't take blame for being me. I'll never quit these rhymes. If my talent makes me a terrorist, then I'm guilty of the crime. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. My name is Navpreet Singh, Nav the Poet. I know you just heard me, but I wanted to talk a little bit about myself and my journey. So that poem is really important to me because it kind of captures my whole experience. Throughout my whole life, I've been judged and people have assumed things about me based on different elements, whether it's the music I listen to, which is a lot of heavy metal, and the fact that I used to wear a lot of black. It was a phase, it's okay. Or the fact that I'm Punjabi and people think I am this incredibly heavy drinker, even though I've never had a sip of alcohol in my life. Or whatever they may assume about my Sikh identity. And so my poetry was an avenue to challenge these stereotypes. And there are things I've witnessed as I've walked out on stage at these shows all over the country in places that people have never seen a Sikh. I see the questioning, the doubt, the concern. What is? And then I start performing and I see jaws literally drop open because they could never fathom someone would call it of breaking barriers and building bridges. That's really the essence of what I do through my poetry and all my content. And I didn't know it then, but at the time, I was kind of preparing myself for what I do now as a content creator. And it was really in 2019 when I first started posting on TikTok specifically where I got into educating about Sikhi, because I started to realize that people were seeing this face on their screens, probably have questions, but were too afraid to ask. So I opened up the conversation. I made my first video, which you sort of saw, and I just started explaining the basics it had a couple thousand views, not bad. And then my second video, I talked about why we keep case, why we wear the star. And within 2 or 3 days, I got 60,000 views and like hundreds of comments on this one video. And that's where I realized, oh, people want to learn. It was mostly positive. It was people saying, I never knew this. Thank you for educating me. Wow, that's so interesting. And so from there, I kind of just kept going. The more people asked questions, the deeper we got into Sikhi. So it went from talking about why we keep our hair to what does grief and suffering look like through a Sikh lens, through the Guru's teachings, which I love. I'm really into philosophy and all these huge questions about life. And so it was really something for me that I got to really sink my teeth into. And at this point now, I have over 360,000 followers on TikTok. And I've been able to educate and interact with people in such a unique way. I mean, I get messages all the time, and people are telling me how, some of my favorites are people actually going to a Gurdwara because they're like, your videos are so interesting, and hearing about things like Langar or the Sikh experience, I want to visit my local Sikh temple. So I've got messages of their experiences going to a Gurdwara. I've had messages from people who are like 50 and 60 years old saying, you're the first time I've ever interacted with a Sikh or someone who even looks like you. My only other exposure was what I was shown in like Indiana Jones and stuff like that. You know, so it's been a really incredible, on some instances, really rare occasions, but there have been a few where people have messaged me saying that because of my content, it inspired them to look more into Sikhi, and they've decided to convert. Now, not my intention, but it's a great, great result. And it's really beautiful that people are able to find so much love and interest in Sikhi. You know, I have people who, one of my favorite stories actually that I want to share, this was in, I think, 2021. You know, the pandemic was still so huge, and basically this hospital had passed, you know, this person messaged me saying their hospital passed a policy of people need to shave, right, according to regulations, to wear the mask and everything. But they had a Sikh coworker, a Sikh colleague, and people were kind of, other coworkers were kind of talking behind the Sikh's back and being demeaning about the fact that he didn't want to shave. And this person who messaged me, because he learned about case and the significance of uncut hair for the Sikhs, advocated for his coworker and helped him get an exemption at his hospital. And I could never in my wildest dreams imagine I could have that level of impact that could actually serve people. Thank you. But I can, and it's hard for me to say because I don't like sounding like I'm bragging about myself. But you know, I'm trying to avoid homme, you know. But it's been a really awesome experience. Now that's not to say I don't get hate. I get a lot. I've been called terrorist more than 1 million times. I've been told to go back to my country. I've been told people have like literally. I remember this very vividly. I made a poem. I made a video of a poem. I'm sharing it, and the person leaves a comment. I watched the whole time, waiting for him to blow up. I was disappointed. That was the comment. And I had to applaud them on their originality because that's not one I've heard before. And also they watched the whole video, so that means they got all the engagement. That's all that matters. And this is kind of the way I handle it, with humor and also opportunities to educate. So a lot of times when people leave negative comments or respond negatively to me, I try to take what they've said and turn it into an opportunity to educate, maybe not them, because some minds you can't change, but other people that may carry similar biases but may not be as hateful. So for instance, I talk a lot about Sikhi being all about equality, and some people will leave comments on my video saying, everyone's equal except for women, right? Like some gotcha. So I could get upset at that, but I just take it as an opportunity to explore all the ways the Sikh gurus have championed for gender equality and equality of all people, right? And what I love is that these things kind of challenge me to learn more, because I then want to be able to respond to them in a proper way. So I have to do my own research, and I'm not perfect, but the thing I want everybody to take home is that I have found my way to make an impact as a Sikh, and as it was being talked about before with Vishwajit, we all have our own way, and maybe you haven't found it yet, but once you find it, create that path. Even if there is one, you still have to create your own. So focus on what you can do, your skills, your talent. Mine is editing, performing, speaking, but everybody has their own, and we can all fit into different spaces to do that. So that's what I'd want everybody to take away from this. I really appreciate everybody being here, appreciate SALDEF for putting on this event. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ
Round of applause for Nav the Poet. Let's go, baby. What's going on, everyone? My name is Gurpreet Sireen. I have the honor to be your MC for the remainder of the event. Anyone that knows me knows I speak a lot, but I can't do spoken word. So I asked Nav beforehand if you can just like teach me like one sentence of how you speak like your spoken word. That would be awesome. So if you're open for it, we'd love for the audience to hear me. Teach me. Teach me how to speak.
I have teach you how to speak?
Like spoken word. I speak a lot, but spoken word.
Yeah, but you're a singer. You know, artistic flow. You got it.
You got vibes, bro.
I don't know. You know what I can do? You can sing, right?
Yeah.
I can give you a beat because I'm a beatboxer and you can sing a little.
All right, let's go.
Okay, ready?
Yo, round of applause for Nav the Poet. Thank you, bro. That was amazing. Yo, a good beat makes anyone sound great. Sat Shri Akal. Hello, everyone. My name is Gurpreet Sireen. Again, I have the honor of being your MC for the remainder of the event. How's everyone doing today? So nice. I love that. I love the energy. That's the woo. Kavneet did tell me that there's a lot of empty seats in the middle. So folks, feel free to like go in the middle so I can see all of you throughout the entire event. Anyone who doesn't know me, I am a singer. You know what? It seems just like yesterday at the Nando's in DC, I stood up and told everyone that I wanted to audition for American Idol. And yeah, that was like 35 years ago. As you can't tell by my beard. But yeah, it was an opportunity of a lifetime. Since then, I've been doing singing, some commercial print modeling, some acting, and now emceeing. And I have 3 goals for today. 1, introduce the amazing panelists and performers. 2, make sure we're running on time, and I think we're behind by 20 minutes. You gotta charge my Apple Watch. And then, and 3, make sure everyone's having fun. So who's having fun? Amazing. I think we have, oh, look at this. Another opportunity or role of mine as an MC is to give things. I think we're giving away my entire closet of things. So I think when you came into the door, there was like a raffle that was given to you. And so I was told that I'm going to be able to pick a number from a raffle to read out. So does anyone have a number for me to? Yes, thank you, Amrita. Awesome. Round of applause for Amrita, everyone. Game changer. Before I get the numbers for your magic raffle, I want to thank everyone in the audience for joining. Manhattan on a Saturday is not easy, there's a lot of traffic. I want to thank everyone from live streaming as well. My wife and my 1-year-old kid, my kid shouldn't be watching the screen, but they're over there watching as well. So thank you across the nation for joining on this program. We got Sikhs in California, Texas, Colorado, New York, but you guys should be here in person. It's kind of weird. South Dakota, I don't even know we got Sikhs in South Dakota. But yeah. Man, this is just, thank you. This one Sikh right here is coming all the way from South Dakota. Awesome, cool. What do we talk about, guys? Who has any exciting plans for Mother's Day? Yes, what are your plans for Mother's Day? Oh my God, Auntie Ji, is your mom? Sat Shri Akal, Auntie Ji, badaiyan tanu. Round of applause for Auntie Ji. So you're celebrating Mother's Day by attending SALDEF's event, not Sikh Coalition's event. You're attending SALDEF. This is huge. This is huge. They're across the street. No one attended that one, but big SALDEF fan. That's amazing. Amazing. Awesome to hear that. Well, I've run out of things to talk about, so I pulled up a list of notes. You're a SALDEF fan. Oh, that's, so what does SALDEF stand for? Yes. Wow. Just give her the ticket right now. She wins. All right, cool. You know what? While we're waiting for the raffle, let me just go. Oh my God, Kavneet. Is this the number of people that are attending today? Holy moly! It's okay. Wow, you got like 75,000 people. All right, the number is 335-531. Yo, is that you? All right, awesome. Your friend is with you, so maybe she can share the books, just cut them up or something. Yo, congratulations. Does she come down to get her book? Is that, you know what, I think we give you the gift afterwards. Congratulations for winning. I think we might have one more giveaway after this, and so we'll look forward to that. Let me actually introduce the next panel discussion by introducing the SALDEF Board of Director member, Jaspreet Kaur. Everyone please give a round of applause to Jaspreet Kaur.
Thank you, Gurpreet. Let's give it up for Gurpreet. That was so awesome. Gurpreet shared a little bit of SALDEF history. He was at the Speakers Bureau, and where are you, Gurpreet? I got to make eye contact with you when I retell this story. When we were sitting at Nando's, and he said he wanted to go. He was sitting like that on a chair in Nando's. It was super awkward. But we looked past that, and he was like, my dream is to be a singer and go on to American Idol. And I remember, I was just a volunteer for SALDEF that day. Some of the board members who were board members then are actually here today. But I remember we all huddled, and we were like, we have to support this young Sikh to get out there. Oh, I'm getting emotional thinking about it, but you have achieved amazing, amazing things. We are so proud of you. Thank you. Thanks.
I'll Venmo you afterwards. That's great.
So, as Gurpreet said, I'm Jaspreet Kaur, and I'm the board chair for the public library for the 7th largest library system in America, and I'm a voracious reader. So when I was asked to host this next panel, I was like, yes, please. I am so excited to share this with you. I'm also on the board of directors for SALDEF, as Gurpreet mentioned. And I am just delighted to welcome all of you here today. Those of you that are on the live stream and joining in from home, and those of you that took the time out to be here in person. Give yourselves a round of applause. And I'm a product leader. I love building things for the future. And technology and innovation, I'm so excited by it, which is why I'm so passionate about what SALDEF is doing here today. I love that SALDEF is doing that deep work of influencing policy, building bridges, breaking barriers, to quote Nav the poet. I mean, he's so famous, I'm gonna quote him now. And all of this work that they're doing, building bridges again with government agencies and getting behind faith-based causes, it cannot be done without your help. The work that SALDEF is doing today is gonna impact Sikh Americans for generations to come. So I have a question for each of you. Take out your mobile phone, go to your social media of choice. It can be Instagram, Facebook, X, Twitter, formerly known as X, and give SALDEF a follow so we can get the important work that we're working on right to you. The more you subscribe, the easier it is for us to amplify those messages. Thank you so much. And an exciting part of my day job is hosting an online community that has 4.5 million members. One of the amazing things about being exposed to so many people from around the world is listening to their unique stories. I love storytelling. I love to hear what makes a person unique, understanding their journey and understanding their unique experiences. Storytelling is a way for us to connect each other, uplift, and create hope. And we're gathered here today to be inspired and to celebrate each other's stories. So are you all ready for this panel? Okay, let me introduce our panelists. Our first panelist is a sarcastic Sikh mom of 3 who spreads the message of what real and imperfect motherhood looks like through humor. She works in digital marketing, and her passion in life is sharing, whether it is knowledge, experiences, or time. She's centered by Sikhi, and she is grateful to be able to do her part. I am so thankful for her efforts in creating awareness about the tremendous strength and love that comes with the title of being a Kaur, and how she is passing that strength to future generations of Sikhs. Please welcome Sonia Kaur to the stage. Our next guest is a passionate social justice activist and an alumni of the Obama for America organization. Throughout her journey of seva, she has been involved in numerous civic and community projects aimed at promoting and advancing the Sikh community. She makes her debut as an author as part of Kaur's Reimagine, and we'll hear more about her success at being a sovereign Sikh woman who is not afraid to use her voice and tell her story. She's originally from the Bay Area, but she now lives in the great state of Texas. Please welcome Sharanjit Banga. And our final panelist is a seasoned author researcher, community educator, and public speaker. She's written for NPR, Hyphen Magazine, the San Jose Mercury, and Asian Week. Probably a lot more, but that's what I was able to gather. She has been awarded accolades from Hedgebrook and the Elizabeth George Foundation, and you may know her from her book, Her Name is Kaur, Sikh American Women Write About Love, Courage, and Faith, published in 2014 by She Writes Press. Please welcome Meeta Kaur to the stage. Thank you all for being here. Okay, so Meeta Kaur, your new book, which is called Kaur's Reimagine, is coming out in July, right? I'm gonna adjust my seat a little bit so I can make eye contact and really stare deeply into your eyes. I'm so excited about this. So, Kaur's Reimagine is a collection of stories that invites readers into 23 authors written by Sikh women, 23 stories written by Sikh women. The stories are based on truth-centered storytelling, which is a portal into moving through our greatest limitations and challenges. They allow us to bear witness to women rooting their power in care and compassion for themselves and others. So this power shift that you identify, it looks like something that we really need to pay attention to. Can you start by telling us a little bit about the genesis of this idea and what was your inspiration behind the project?
Thank you. Okay, first, it's great to be here. I want to thank you, Just Breathe. We inundated you with so many emails. You took it like a champ, so thank you for facilitating for us. I'm thankful to my two writers, my two authors here, Sonia Kaur and Sharanjit Kaur, and SALDEF. Gosh, it's so nice to have a gathering about storytelling. I've been doing this for a long time now, almost 25 years, and this is outstanding. So I want to answer for I was raised, and we are in, and I'm with my mom and dressed in blouse pants and stilettos. And her best friend, Bulbir Baines, she was in Archimedes, and really read with her, and they to do dinner. After doing all the chores, they love to go there and ruby red and watermelon pink, and it just lifted their spirits. They took the lipstick to the counter, and I was over in the water balloon section, and I was watching from afar. I was about 10 years old, and my mom's best friend put the lipstick on the counter, and the clerk said to my mom, "Does she speak English?" And I saw my mom's face turn very red because she loved her friend. She loved Bilberanti like no other. She immediately told the clerk, "Please go get your manager right now." Now, you gotta keep in mind, in the 80s, women were not assertive, okay? Or the ones that were called very bad names. So he goes to get the manager and the clerk come back, and my mom points out, "This woman you see here, sun-kissed skin, in traditional dress, she teaches English at the local high school. She probably knows better English than you. So if you want our business, you should not make assumptions about your customers." And she said, "The next time I hear an assumption, we will go over to the other pharmacy." So as a child, I was appalled, I was proud, I was embarrassed. I had so many emotions running through me. My mom was my first teacher. She was my first teacher in reading a situation and then writing the narrative. Because T20, and we fell in love. The metaphors about women, just mind-blowing. The reverence that was given to women, the respect, the honor. I mean, it's just, we couldn't get enough of it. And Dr. Singh cites the woman's body, very specifically, the mother's womb, as our first place of learning compassion. We're born with compassion, we come from compassion, we are compassion. It is where there's no higher, place. It's a pure place. And those placental waters nourishing two inspirations for this book.
Thank you. That's beautiful. From what you're saying, this makes me think like the message of the Sikh gurus is timeless, right? Whether it's the poetry and the love that Guru Nanak shares in just in all of Gurbani. I was going to say in Japji Sahib, but I won't even narrow it to a specific Bani. And it's beautiful because Guru Nanak's message can be true, and also Guru Tegh Bahadur's message can be true. And so your mom calling that clerk up, I was like, my heart started beating like, oh no, how's this story gonna end? But it's beautiful. She really stood up, and it's like both the love and the justice, which I just think is wonderful. Just shifting gears a little bit, a question for you all. What themes did you intentionally explore in your short stories because you wanted to highlight them, and you wanted readers to reflect on them?
Okay, so Sharon and Sonia are going to talk about the themes. When we put the submission call out for this story collection, we did not know what we were going to get back. So we focused on story structure. And so we sent out archetypes. And what I mean by archetypes are the roles that Sikh women play in our day-to-day lives. But we wanted to take the role of the mother, the role of the spiritual bride, the warrior, the explorer, based on the character Sundari, and the visionary. We wanted to take them out of cultural constructs and place them into an expansive place, which is a spiritual construct, and see how writers shift their narrative when they get into that spiritual place within themselves. So, I'll pass that on.
Yeah. Sharon, you want to share?
First and foremost, I want to say thank you all for coming today. For me, I would say the biggest theme for readers to reflect on for my story is that I had so many themes, actually. I had so many themes. It kind of looked like this forest behind us in the book. And when I first submitted my story to Meeta, it was a rough copy, she called me and she said, hey, with a lot of compassion, Sharon, this sounds like a research paper. Like, you need to be less factual and, really tie in your emotions and your feelings. And at that point for me, it was really about taking my lived experience and to be able to put it out on paper in a way for the readers to digest it. And one of the big things I was calling out in my story was around this idea of having a cultural and spiritual script. And so I bring that up a lot in my story around what does it mean to be a Punjabi woman, but what does it also mean to be a Sikh woman? And how do I show up as a core? How do I also pay homage to my heritage and where I come from? And so that's probably the biggest takeaway for me. And outside of that, what you all have heard is Cores Reimagined is really about truth-centered storytelling. And so with that, you have to bring up a lot of really deep, difficult things, themes. You really also have to have a lot of conversations with yourself on whether or not you're going to touch some taboo topics. And for me, I really wanted to bring out these conversations that are happening behind closed doors. These one-on-one conversations, they're not always happening on a stage with a bunch of people listening to you talk, or people on Livestream. And cultural conditioning was one of the big things that I talked about, systemic issues within the Punjabi Sikh community, and how do we bring that conversation from behind the closed doors to the main stage. And that's the name of our session today, is from margins to main stage.
Like Sharanjeet, this was my first experience with writing, and I will agree, you start off thinking and you have so many themes that you try to incorporate into this one story, and I had a similar experience where I submitted my story and Meetha came back with like, this is 6 different stories. This is not one story. And so I think that's the beauty of an editor, to really take your story and filter it in a way that you're creating the most impact with your words. And for me, I've long challenged this notion of perfection in motherhood, and it's something that's just put on a pedestal and not really spoken about honestly. And so in my story and in my life, I pull back that curtain, and I expose what motherhood really is. It's scary, it's messy, it's beautiful and fulfilling, but it is so draining and exhausting. And I know I see the moms smiling in the audience, so you're getting it. But I really wanted readers who were in my role, who were also mothers, to know that they weren't alone. And this is not some novel message, I didn't come up with it, and mothers are exposed to it in various forms of media. But usually the person spreading that message is a woman who doesn't look like them, who doesn't come from the same community, whose family may not have the same values as theirs. And I think it hits minority mothers the most because they feel isolated, because they're surrounded by community members that really hide the ugly and show off the pretty. And so they, more than any other mothers, really feel suffocated and really feel like they're doing something wrong with their own children, because all they're hearing it about is this person's kids with their straight A's, and this person's kid going to Stanford, and this one is so well behaved, and this one's doing kirtan, and it's a lot of pressure. And so I feel my goal in my story is really to pull that all back and to go after Punjabi culture and attack it and say, it doesn't have to be that we're hiding everything, and we have this fear of nazar, and we need to just stay quiet. And so my theme is really pushing against that culture and showing moms that they're not alone, and that being messy and being scared is normal. And once you realize that and you accept that, you can then grow from within and be your strongest self and be the best mother you can be.
Did you have another answer, or the next question? Can I go to the next question? Okay. So thank you so much. I love that, and I think it's wonderful, as you all mentioned as well, like SALDEF, this Sikhs in Storytelling event. The last panel there was one female, and there was a female moderator as well. and someone made a comment that, you know, like, oh, there's only one female panelist. So I'm like, look at this awesome panel that's all women, and we're amplifying these female voices, which I think is just so beautiful and so very much needed. I think this is the time, so it's like the perfect time. And when I think about like owning my own story and understanding my identity from the perspective of, you know, you hear a lot about diversity and inclusion, and we say like it's good and we want to do it, but like what does it really mean? Something that I have spent a lot of time, and this is also since COVID, Sonia, you mentioned being super honest with the world, like in your social media. I've been trying to be really honest with myself, like what does it mean to understand and accept diverse thoughts? What does it mean to be inclusive? And how can I, as a Sikh, Punjabi, brown, dastard-wearing female who's a mom and a sister, how can I be authentic? And understanding my own experiences and my own identity, it has really helped me understand my journey and do it from a place of kindness. And it's given me a lot of confidence in how I move through the world as well. So my question for each of you is like, what challenges did you face while writing, knowing that you are Punjabi and Sikh, living in America, and you have all these, you know, these different roles to play as well?
Okay, so I'd say the reality of our lives is that we live in tensions. Tensions are there. They don't have to necessarily be framed as something negative or something that we can't overcome, but tension between Punjabi culture and Sikhi is real. The tension with our ideals from the gurus and how we're actually living our lives, and the systems that train us on how we treat women, and the true value of who women are, there's a tension there. So what I observed when we started receiving all these stories was unanimously these authors, they relied on Sikhi as a strength. And it's a very private conversation. It's a very intimate and private conversation that takes place. And what's beautiful is these authors are willing to share those conversations and these stories. And we had a couple of test readers. 2 were Singhs, and we were really happy that they took the time. One said that these stories were extremely enlightening. So we hold this pillar of equality up. But he stated to me, I had no idea this was going on for our women. And that was shocking to me. So the different worlds that we're living in under one roof, in an office cubicle, even as friends, vastly different worlds. There was a couple that reviewed the stories. The husband found the stories vulnerable, whereas the wife found the stories a source of strength because women were actually speaking up and being honest. And I found that contrast fascinating. So we live in tensions. And I think that's okay. I think we live in imperfect relationships, imperfect love, and the perfection we will find in any of this is with Waheguru. That is the perfect love. And I think it helps us accept imperfect conditions. So I'll pass that on.
Thank you. Great answer.
Okay, so my challenge was a little bit more self-inflicted. So I'm going to be completely candid and honest with you all. There was a lot of self-doubt when I was writing my story and imposter syndrome. I felt like when Meeta approached me about the project, are you sure you want me to write? I'm not an author. I've never written anything before. And so there was a lot of negative self-talk for me, and I realized I was getting in my own way. And I had to really think about why that was. Why did I not think I was worthy of telling a story? Or why did I keep telling myself I'm not a writer and I'm not an author? And I went back into my emails just to see how long we've been working on this project, and it's been 3 years. And in those 3 years, it's a long time for you to doubt yourself. And so even being invited on this panel or having my picture in this like wonderful group with, you know, all these amazing Sikh storytellers, it was a lot of imposter syndrome there too. So I think for me, the challenge was that, but it was also, as I was writing the story, how is my Sangat going to receive some of the things that I'm saying? Are they going to agree with it? And so that notion of Loki ki kahnge, ki likhan lagiya, jane ki likhya in my story, like what did I write? You know, I can't believe she talked about this or that or these taboo topics. And so I had to get out of my own way, and I had to really trust my inner dialogue. And through the writing process, I feel like I really healed a part of me that I didn't know needed healing. And I guess through the whole experience, I'm kinder to myself now. You know, women, we go through so much. And I think there's this, well, I work in tech, so I work in HR too. And there's this saying that women don't really apply to a lot of jobs if it says you need X amount of years of experience. And so women are more likely to say, oh, you know, the job description is calling for 7 years of experience. I only have 5, so I shouldn't apply for this job. But disproportionately, men apply to those same jobs at higher numbers. And so anyways, it's like this idea of like really embodying women like cores before us, like my Pago, that was able to do a lot of the same things that any other Singh was doing on the battlefield, and taking that archetype and that core and bringing it into my storytelling.
Wonderful, thank you.
I'd have to say for my story, I don't think I found Sikhi, being a Sikh American, as much of a challenge as I found it a blessing. I think it's a really important place to come from, that I was able to write as a woman born and raised in mainstream American culture, but also straddling being raised in Sikhi. And considering Sikhi is my backbone, is my strength, and drawing from that. And I think we toss it around, but there's such an immense power in the name of Gaur that's given to us by Guru Gobind Singh Ji, and it's just not something you can take lightly. And all of the authors in this collection, I mean, I don't know how Meeta found all these women, but they are so diverse. There's such a huge range of ages. You have women in their 20s, you have women in their 60s. There's a massive range, even socioeconomic backgrounds. There's a mix of stories that come from having these different perspectives. But at the end of the day, what ties them all together is all of these women really drew strength from the name Gaur. They faced some of these situations, there's divorce, infertility, there's heavy topics, there's abuse, but they were all, at the end of the day, able to dig deep inside and really take that name Gaur and take their Sikhi and draw strength from it. And it allowed them to really present the most fearless versions of themselves to the world, ultimately. And I just wanted to touch on, Sharanjit talked about imposter syndrome, and it hits me all the time as well. But what I tell myself is that even if one person is impacted by something you said or something you shared openly, it's worth it, right?
Yeah. Great advice. Okay, so I'm going to ask Sharanjit to actually share an excerpt from her story. And while she's getting ready for that, everyone who's standing in the doorway, come on in, grab a seat. We want to see you guys come inside here so that you don't have to stand over there. And also, the audience, you are going to have a chance to ask the authors some questions. So be thinking about your questions. And I'll pass it over to you, Shannon.
Okay, so I'm going to set the scene for you all. So I'm going to take you back to a time and place when I was in my early 20s. And this is about over a decade ago. And I was really trying to figure out how I wanted to show up in the world, what type of woman I wanted to be. And the name of my story is called The Soul Walk to Sovereignty. And so it was really important for me to be able to find myself through my story. And in the story, I've parsed out the story in such a way where there's different sections, and the idea is hopefully each section builds on each other. And the first section is called The Cultural versus the Spiritual Script, and the second one is Trapped in the Patriarchy. So they're bits and pieces from each section, and maybe some of it won't all make sense, but really wanted to highlight important pieces of each of those two. So I'll go ahead and read it for you all. This is really daunting because nobody has ever heard my story before, with the exception, of course, Mita and the other editors, and Jaspreet as well. So this is interesting that I'm sharing it.
I got a sneak peek to the story, and I'm so excited for you all. Let's give her a round of applause. We are all here with you, Sharanjeet.
Okay. The cultural versus the spiritual script. From the folklore love stories of Heer Ranja to the beautiful ballads sung by Surinder Kaur, I've always been inspired by the creative expression and stories of our heritage. I can envision my ancestors tending to their once lush khates of kanak and ganne. As the morning fog covered the land, dewdrops painting the plant life as though they were covered in diamonds. The crisp air wasn't polluted by smog, but instead fresh and reviving for the crops. And the smell of burnt wood indicated that a meal awaited the family after a long day of hard work. The stories and imagery of Punjab make me so proud to be a part of a magnificent melting pot of people, creative expression, and love. Over time, as much as I grew to love my identity and my roots, I also began to question it. Why did Bibi tell my mom to keep quiet and not express herself? Why was she told to follow the status quo and do as he says? It's as if the arranged marriage to the handsome NRI and moving abroad was enough happiness. Don't question it or ask for more. I couldn't help but wonder why culturally and spiritually there was a tug of war at play. One side of the rope pulling on me and women to be subservient to he, while the other side of the rope demands that we hold strong and honoring the sacrifices of Gaurs before us who were no different than their male counterparts. So that is a small excerpt from Cultural versus Spiritual Script.
Thank you so much for that. There's so much to unpack there. It's like the perfect teaser for the book, isn't it? It's super exciting.
Sorry, Jaspreet, we just have one more.
Oh, you have more. Okay, sorry.
So now we have Trapped in the Patriarchy as the second section, which is, go ahead and start this. You don't know you've been conditioned until you wake up one day and realize you've been asleep, going through life and certain experiences with blinders and tunnel vision. I always felt that I had autonomy and agency to make my own decisions, which were different than my mother's journey. The truth is, I always did. But there was a blip somewhere in the matrix, a moment in time where I was swallowed whole into a vortex, swirling around in circles, trying to find a way out, hoping that either logic or reason would give me a boost out of what felt like a typhoon. This moment in time started with a he. I was drawn to him like a moth to a flame. There was an intense desire to connect with him, like a magnetic force was drawing me in close, not thinking through the logic of what it meant if I got too close to the flame. Bushy-tailed and bright-eyed, I was mesmerized by his intense light. I was hooked. It was a roller coaster ride of high highs and low lows. The love was intense, a toxic cocktail of ecstasy and despair. As the relationship continued, there was a dark side to the union I was attempting to cover up or at times ignore. Where there is addiction, there are bound to be a slew of other issues. Culturally, our Punjabi community does a great job at masking the realities of alcoholism and the impacts it has on those struggling with this disease and those around them. Often, loved ones find themselves in situations where they either justify toxic behaviors or just try to ignore the issue. Overall, hoping it will go away by some sort of miracle. When addiction goes unaddressed, we begin to create a false narrative to allow us to better accept the reality in front of us. I was under the impression that this is what I wanted, a love from another human being that had a layer of so much uncertainty. It was the rush and adventure that kept me hooked. I allowed decisions to be made for me where I didn't always feel safe to speak up, and I succumbed to someone else's version of who I should be. Our beautiful Punjabi culture sits behind this blackout curtain. We pick up our charus and we brush the dirt and the filth of the patriarchy under the rug. By doing that, the public can't see the toxic and tumultuous ways we treat our women through centuries of conditioning. Not only do we ourselves treat women poorly, but sadly, we ourselves are taught to settle for less than they and we are worth. Men who are told to behave and act a certain way also carry with themselves a heaviness, a need to hold the toxic power in most situations driven by their home, their egos. Their emotions also should not be heard and cannot and should not be discussed, also causing a really, really deep sorrow of abuse to manifest inside of them and also onto others that they love. This is the grim realization that he was suffering from the patriarchy and learned toxic masculinity as much as I was. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the time warning. So I'm going to ask Sonia to share your excerpt next.
So I'm actually going to read an excerpt from another one of our authors, Kiran Kaur, who is a master's student at UC Santa Barbara studying diasporic imagination, ethno-religious identity, and gender as it pertains to the Sikh American community. I often wonder what I would be like if I didn't have the eye of self-criticism to keep me company. I don't berate myself constantly, but there's absolutely an ever-present desire to be slightly better in some department, i.e. the endless loop of potential optimization. And for so many other people, especially women, it becomes a driving force in how we see ourselves and seek to improve ourselves. I think sometimes that without the eye for self-criticism, I would be lost. But now I often wonder, would I be free? Without the eye, I could probably let go of so much. I could let go of the idea that gaining weight equals falling towards undesirability. I could let go of the idea that what girls are supposed to wear does not equal what I, as this girl, should wear. I could let go of the idea of what girl clothes are altogether. I could probably stop picking at my skin or preeminently worrying myself with the idea of aging skin and an aging body. I read a quote by Susan Sontag that has been ringing around in my head since the beginning of the pandemic. She wrote, "The great advantage men have is that our culture allows two standards of male beauty, the boy and the man. The beauty of a boy resembles the beauty of a girl. In both sexes, it is a fragile kind of beauty and flourishes naturally only in the early part of the life cycle. Happily, men are able to accept themselves under another standard of good looks, heavier, rougher, more thickly built. There is no equivalent of this second standard for women. The single standard of beauty for women dictates that they must go on having clear skin. Every wrinkle, every line, every gray hair is a defeat. The aim of this socialization, then, is to have women who are continually dissatisfied with themselves. This is historical and it is inextricably tied to colonialism and capitalism. The never-ending treadmill of self-improvement creates a massive market that claims to sell us that which we need to love ourselves. For non-white women, add the additional objectification, fetishization, and commodification to this impossible standard to looking like a perfect young girl forever. What if I was just a little more something? Fill in the blank. Thinner, fitter, lighter, taller, shorter, fairer skinned, longer haired, hairless? The list is never ending. It is normal for me as an adult woman to not have a body that resembles the one I had when I was a 17-year-old. And yet here I am thinking that to not have that metabolism, that thinness is a failure. I have watched myself and I've watched my sister, my cousins, my mom, my aunts, and my friends be subjected to this ever since I can remember. The world is always telling them to be a little more something, and then they will one day be worthy. That despite who we are, we may one day be worthy.
Thank you. Okay, let's take some questions from the audience. Does anybody have a question that they want to share? Yes. Yes, please. So who do you imagine the reader or your audience to be when you're creating these stories, is the question. Thank you for that question.
It's this audience. This is the exact audience. So, our Sikh community, all ages, all gender representations, immigrants, first generation, second generation. You guys want to add something?
Everyone, huh?
That was my answer, yes. I think Meetha's being humble. I think that the collection she has put together appeals to everyone. I mean, every woman, knowing the perspective of someone from a different culture will only benefit them. And as she said, the men who've read these stories have found a whole new outlook. So I think everyone.
That's awesome. Any other questions? Yes. Who wants to answer that one first? Yeah? Okay.
I'd love to see our defense secretary as a Sikh woman. I'd love to see a governor as a Sikh woman. Our Surgeon General. Just as our men are very important. I know we've been emphasizing corps, Singhs and corps. I want to see them in every leadership position possible. We are born for leadership. And I hope we can come together and lift each other up so we're not falling short of that leadership. I'd love to see 10,000 books created by Sikhs. I'm old-fashioned. I like to read. I love the films. I love the videos, but there's just something about reading. So, and I'd love to see the global outlook. So just how we flourish as a global community. So. Do you want to answer?
I mean, I was just going to say more literature, right? What you mentioned, more books. Does something like this exist? You know, Mita wrote her first book, Her Name is Core, and that was the first time actually I had seen anything like this come together, a number of women just telling their real, raw stories. And I'm so glad that there's a second collection now and the second story. So just Sikhs in storytelling in any capacity, right? Just through documentaries, through literature, film, any capacity, just to be able to see it grow leaps and bounds from where it is right now.
On a personal level, in 10 years, I would love that my 9-year-old daughter is a 19-year-old who has never once struggled with the struggle between Punjabi culture and Sikhi, because she has no idea that exists. My boys, who are 15 and 12, don't know it exists. So my hope is that as they become teenagers and adults, like, they don't even know that concept.
That's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for that question. That was awesome. And I think my personal takeaway, spending time with the three of you, getting to know you, hearing about your unique stories, is that the ability to affect change is right there inside that book. So I'm really excited for you all to share that. We have a link that you can take a look at. We'll get that slide up. I wanted to end on a note that you actually hit me, though, with the very first question, which focused on healing. And I studied some anthropology when I was in grad school. And Margaret Mead was once asked, when did civilization begin? And, you know, people have been debating this question for, well, as long as civilization has begun. You know, did it begin in the caveman? Did it begin before that? What stage of evolution? And Margaret Mead had such a beautiful answer. She said, civilization began when the first person's femur, so like the thigh bone, healed. There was evidence of it breaking and healing. And why is that? Because in order for a human to have a broken leg and for it to heal, someone had to hunt for them. Someone had to care for them. Someone had to change their dressings. And so, like, the ability to pause your life and have community come together and lift you up and hold you, that's when civilization began. And I think it's such a beautiful sentiment that resonates with me throughout your book, throughout each of these stories. You're letting people share their voices, but also allowing for their healing, as you mentioned, to come throughout the process. So thank you so much. Take a picture of this QR code before we wrap up, and let's hear it for our panelists. And before I hand this back to Gurpreet to take us into the next section, I do want to mention that, Mita, you said the book's going to be out this summer, so it's not too far away. And there will be a networking session later this afternoon/evening. So if you have other questions, come find us and come talk to them and see what else you can learn about their stories and their journey. Thank you again.
Another round of applause, everyone, for Jaspreet Kaur and the Kaur's Reimagined authors. Yes. Awesome. Hello, everyone. Let's do a vibe check. I learned that vibe was a word that people use. Vibe check. How's everyone doing so far? This guy is looking at me. I see you, bro. You're like, what does vibe even mean? There's another word that people use when they're like under 20. Type beat. Is that a word? Type beat? Yo, yes. What does type beat mean? Yeah, Auntie, you can't hear you. What does it mean? It's a feeling that you can't explain. Type beat. Thank you, Manveer. I got nothing there. Cool. We're back here. Let's get the energy. You know what? Everyone stand up and let's do some jumping jacks. You paid at least $20 for this. You got to do it. Jumping jacks. Turn on your Fitbits. Jumping jacks. People are yawning. People are not interested. They're not doing it. Jumping jacks. We got 7 people on that side. These kids are already doing it. This is some jumping jacks. Get the vibe up. Yo, come on, type beat, guys. You got to type beat this. Let's go. Chair. Okay. I can't tell you how to do your form of exercise. Just whatever you're feeling. People are not, I'm going to call you, people are not interested. People are leaving. They're asking for refunds. This is crazy. All right, I'm going to do this to one of my favorite songs by that my kid listens to. The wheels on the bus go round and round. How do you even jumping? That's not it, bro. Everyone please sit down. That was a joke. Thank you, though, for listening. That was great. All right, cool. I have the honor of introducing someone very cool. He's an Emmy Award-winning filmmaker. Everyone, please give a round of applause for Harbaldeep Singh of Nishkam TV. I had them doing like jumping jacks and singing "Wheels on the Bus" for you, Virji.
I was so nervous out there. I think they were telling me, "Uncle, can you do burpees?"
Can you do burpees? No. I ain't gonna put you on the spot. All right, over to you. Round of applause, everyone.
Guys, can you? I need the stand. I'm not kidding, guys. I'm nervous. Can you guys come? And we need a microphone stand. So I just called them on stage so they can be my support. Hey, come, I told you to bring that. Why don't you put
Just put it down with the other ball.
too high?
It's too short. Oh, no.
So this is what happens when you rehearse with a podium and you don't get a podium in the end. All right. Now there's an old African proverb which says, until the lion learns how to write, every story will glorify the hunter. And as Sikhs in America, I think we have found ourselves as those lions in this story, with our narratives framed by somebody else. And sometimes our narrative not shown at all in the media. But what if we can change that? What if we can empower our young Sikhs to be the writers, to be the storytellers, and be the creators of their own narrative? Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. My name is Harbaldeep Singh. I'm the president, founder of Nishkam TV, and representing my team. And this is our story. Now, growing up as a Sikh in India, I often felt invisible. The Bollywood films which I saw on screen rarely reflected my experiences, my community, my identity. Even when Sikhs were shown in films, they were shown through this lens of stereotypes and misconceptions. And especially during 1984 events in Punjab. The lack of true, authentic Sikh identification, and then on the top of that, labeled as terrorists following Operation Blue Star and 1984 anti-Sikh program in Delhi left me feeling disconnect and profoundly misunderstood. But the real challenge came when I moved to the US. I need some water. Can you hold it for me? Thank you. So I was saying the real challenge came for me when I moved to the US, and especially post September 11th era. The Sikhs became the target for hate crimes. And mostly they were misunderstood because of their distinct personalities, identities, or appearance. The turban, it's a symbol of our faith and our identity, was mistaken as, it was identified actually as terrorists. The SALDEF's 2000 report called Urban Myths, which VG talked before, highlighted widespread ignorance and bias against the Sikh community. Now, which became a trigger for me to act. It is then I realized if we can use the power of visual storytelling, we can make behavioral change. Because that report talks about, yes, advocacy is important, but you need to bring that behavioral change. So that led me to create Nishkam TV, and with the help of Gurdwara management, Khalsa school, and especially parents, we have established a soundproof production studio at New England Sikh Study Circle Gurdwara in Westboro, Massachusetts. And I really feel, thank you. And I really feel proud when I see these kids in film festivals, on red carpet, receiving awards, or they're a part of a panel talking about the film at prestigious institutes. And one of our most accomplished project was Seva, done by SALDEF. And that project first showed like a real collaboration among Sikh organizations. And then it shows immense talent among our kids. So our next project is with the Sikh coalition called Bewatna. It's a story of Afghan Sikhs. So where do we go here, from here? Well, we're just getting started. We envision a world where every Khalsa school in the USA should have its own Nishkam TV chapter, where media education should be integrated with their curriculum, and they should empower these kids to really create their own narrative. Now, imagine a generation of Sikh storytellers armed with knowledge and confidence to tell these stories. Now, this will show richness and diversity of Sikhi. Now, imagine Gurdwaras with their own production studios acting as hub of creativity and community engagement. Now, we need to make sure we should open up our mind and think we need to modernize our Khalsa school education. And to all the Sikh storytellers here, very inspirational. We want you to tell more stories, and even to these kids and kids in the audience, join our journey. Together, we can ensure that the lion story is not told just by the hunter. It should be told by the lion and lioness, which are our Singhs and Kaurs. Jada samana lenda hoya. I think this is a modern age Khalsa Fauj. Thank you very much. And actually, I've been asked to say this is an intermission. So we have an option. Either you can stretch your legs, or you can watch Seva. So we're going to play Seva documentary here, but there's a catch. We can only play it for the first 20 minutes. And if you like it, which I'm pretty sure you will, you can watch the second half part by going home, searching for Seva on PBS World Channel, and from there you can watch it. So is Seva cute? We can play that. But anybody who wants to stretch their legs, they can do that. Thank you.
I was one of the people who was caught off guard. I had first heard about COVID when I was on the West Coast in February of 2020, ironically visiting Silicon Valley on a trip of mayors to a public health laboratory. And we were specifically given the advice during that tour of this public health startup that there's a public health crisis in the Wuhan province of China, but their projections is that it's going to be problematic in the Wuhan province, but if you're anywhere else in China, you're safe, and certainly in the rest of the world, this virus is not going to be spreading beyond China and largely within that one province.
So I've served in the U.S. Army for 20 years. So the opinions I share today are solely my own and don't represent those of DoD or the Army. But I'm specialty trained as an ER doctor, and so over the past year and a half now, we've dealt with COVID, and it's been hard. It's actually been, in many ways, much more difficult than my time overseas in Afghanistan. At least in Afghanistan, we had resources, and here, especially in the early days of COVID, we didn't have resources. We didn't have even PPE, adequate PPE to deal with what was going on.
The pandemic was really hard. I think I went through medical school, residency, fellowship, junior attending level, or first years of work are just as hard as any training time. But this was the hardest last year and a half of my life in terms of just work. It was so hard trying to sort through all this, trying to make sense of all the information, all the science, and then physically the labor.
History told a different story, and we began hearing that story not from the Far East, but we actually began hearing it from our Italian-American residents here in Hoboken. I started getting calls and emails from some of our residents in Hoboken who were of Italian descent and who were in Italy at the time, literally telling me with fear and panic in these communications that, Mayor, this is something to be taken seriously.
One of the hardest parts of the pandemic has been, I think, the beginning when it started. It was so hard. It was so hard to think what's going to happen with the patients that we take care of at the bedside. Are we bringing this virus home? How are we going to be protected? How are we going to deal with the personal protective equipment or PPE? Is it going to be safe for a Sardar to wear this stuff and bring it home?
Hoboken was the first city in the country under my leadership to shut down the bars and restaurants because of the growing spread of the disease. And at that time, we only had one positive case of COVID. When we made that decision, that ultimately was followed on a national level by mayors and governors across the country.
Many of us started making our wills, started thinking about what we're gonna do if we get sick. Are we gonna have to not only manage, who's gonna manage our kids, who's gonna manage our communities? And it was very, very frightening. And then even more frightening was we were in the know, but many people that we know did not know. And in the Sikh community, so many people are dependent on the physician and community leadership, the public health leadership. They're dependent on so many different aspects of information.
I remember in the early days of COVID, when we talked about PPE, there was a question of, well, how are you going to form a seal with adequate seal with a 3-ply surgical mask or even with an N95 mask, and whatever type of seal that you make, would it be adequate? And I think that question went through a lot of our minds, a lot of Sikhs and Jewish doctors and healthcare workers, a lot of Muslim healthcare workers also, I think that have to maintain their beards, also had sort of the same question: is my PPE adequate to deal with this very deadly pandemic?
I think all of us can remember the issue when some of these people, some of the Sikhs who decided to shave their beard and shave their hair so they could be protected better, they felt, with their personal protective equipment to serve. And that act became seen as an act of heroism. That one really hurt. It stung a little bit because we really felt that, some of us really felt that our gurus would really want us to do our best to not lose our identity in the face of calamity. And our history illustrates that. We glorify a lot of our history, rightfully so, and we connect with so much of the history in which it's the easy thing to do to go and take the less resistant path. But many of us, and I credit my health system in which I work for, they went and got us personal protective equipment. They went and fought for us, and they made things, accommodations accordingly that we felt reasonably safe.
Sikhi has really informed many aspects of my public life. I really stay true to the altruism that Guru Gobind Singh Ji said, which is really to recognize all of the human race as one. And that's a time-honored tradition in Sikhism that began with Guru Nanak, who really saw no stranger, saw no difference between a Sikh or a Muslim or a Hindu. And that is also very critical to the foundational documents that we have in the United States, in the U.S. Constitution and Bill of Rights, to recognize everybody as equal, to try to reach that more perfect union, and to make sure government pushes us towards achieving those ideals as a nation and as a Sikh mayor through my faith to be added strength towards those ideals.
Sikhi is a way of being a part of something greater than yourself. It's one of the reasons why I joined the army also, is because I wanted to be a part of something bigger. And my Sikh ideals are consistent with my army ideals, and that's helped me fight through COVID. On days when I'm exhausted and tired, and I've seen over 100 patients that day, it helps me push on and keep fighting, because I think that's who we are, right? I mean, we are all warriors. It's part of our DNA, and our gurus really taught us to transcend our individuality and look to community and connect with something greater.
I can't tell you how much I derived inspiration from our Sikh history, our Gurbani teachings, so much of what we learn about. I mean, all the Sikh teachings of the idea of Sangat. Our Sangat was amazing. Not just at the locals level, the national level. I could call up my friends, my colleagues, they would call me up, and we would all have deep dialogue and constant communication and support each other. Then you also had the idea of ego and home, that you had to really subjugate your ego and really battle against it to really recognize that, what am I here to do? What is my purpose? My purpose is to serve. And so our gurus teach us about battling the ego, putting it down, and really finding your true inner self.
More and more people find themselves searching for ways to make ends meet during this pandemic. Many worried about even just the basics, just being able to feed their family. Well, one Sikh organization in Queens is stepping up to help those in need across the city. Starting tomorrow, they'll be serving nearly 20,000 meals. Here's Eyewitness News reporter Naveen Dhaliwal.
Food being made at the Sikh Center Temple in Queens Village is a common sight, as free meals are always served. But as the COVID-19 pandemic grows, these volunteers, gloved and masked up, to prepare meals for tens of thousands in the city as they deal with quarantine.
If we go to any Gurdwara throughout the world, we have been offering free meals, Guru Nanak's Langar, from past 550 years. When we saw the pandemic, we realized there is a need. There is a need of the food.
Incredible acts of kindness continue as we all band together during this coronavirus crisis some Good Samaritans doing their bit to help the community.
Cooking up a little happy.
So don't worry. Be happy.
Melbourne Sikh community rallying to prepare meals for delivery to anyone most in need, especially the elderly and the isolated.
They want to deliver the food for tonight.
The volunteers not only delivering meals, but also groceries. They also collect all the items needed to provide the free service.
We in Melbourne living as a big family, so we are helping our fellow members at this stage.
Worldwide, Sikh places of worship known as gurdwaras offer free meals to anyone who shows up. It's known as langar. It's a tenet of faith and a key part of the Sikh religion, which emphasizes a concept of selfless service to the community at large. During COVID times, many lost their jobs or did not have enough to support or feed their families. But people around the world changed that. They donated food and money to charities, food banks, and homeless shelters.
During the COVID pandemic, in particular the lockdown within New York City, there was a very strong sense of fear and worry amongst the community, in particular with our community that is immunocompromised or they were elderly and not able to go outside. As part of our seva, the Khalsa Aid team developed an online form that individuals were able to complete with requests for groceries. These were healthy, nutritious and vegetarian options. They would submit their grocery request and our volunteers would go out to the grocery stores. They would line up, they would be masked up with gloves and masks. We're taking all the precautions, but they would go out to the grocery stores, buy those items and then deliver them to the doorstep of the individuals that were requesting them. And this service was provided free of charge. We did this for 3 months, in particular for those individuals that couldn't go outside because they were elderly. They could not get access to online delivery because obviously, as you remember, those online delivery slots were full. There were individuals that were the vulnerable ones in our community, and we reached out to support them.
Every Sunday during the pandemic, the Sikh Society of Central Florida cooked meals and packed them into boxes. They then distributed the boxes to their local community and anyone else who was in need.
I'm out of work right now. I work in a restaurant and no work.
This is so awesome that you guys are providing free meals for families on Sundays.
ना को बैरी नहीं बेगाना सगल संग
Testing, testing.
Yo, what's up, y'all? If you're enjoying the food, that's awesome. I made it yesterday. Everyone, please start making your way into the hall. We have an amazing panel discussion up next, Sikhs in Storytelling. Well, that's the name of the theme. Everyone, if you can hear my voice, Gurpreet Serene inviting everyone to come back inside so we can begin the next panel discussion. Yeah, she told me to tell him from here. No? Can I take the mic all the way out? Probably not. No, wouldn't make a difference. If you're happy and you know it. This is the only songs I sing, Ganesha. The wheels on the bus go round and round. One little blue fish swimming in the water. Huh? Oh, yeah. No, yeah, I got Miss Rachel. Gotta love. We need a Punjabi Miss Rachel. How can we get that happening? Think about it. Think about it. Sat Sri Akal saareyaan nu, mera na haiga. It could be a vibe. I'll be back. Ruin my vocal cord. Huh? Yeah, how many? 2, 3. Or do you have 1? 2. I have 3 people. You are a different high class. Thank you, everyone. Triple the water.
Period. See? Look at that.
Slay period, comma, exclamation mark. We're in a predicament here. People can hear from there outside. The Jakarta?
Yeah, right?
Like the Jakarta movement? Like the... Hello, everyone. Yo, you gotta adapt with the times. This is what storytelling. I'm wired, but get it? Why? No, okay. Anyway, tough crowd. How was the food? How was the jalebia? There were no jalebia. Vishwajit Virji. He likes the sweet stuff. Nice, amazing. I'm back. As you guys are so excited, I can't wait. Cool. So we're running really, really late on time, but this is a very, very special and exciting panel discussion. I'm going to have Sona introduce the panelists. So everyone, round of applause for Sona. Yeah, woo!
That was gold. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. So first off, I just want to thank Amrita Kular. She spent so much time with us panelists, bringing us all together. And I'm really excited for this conversation. I'm being joined with a group of Sikh women who are journalists and communications professionals. I'm Sona Simran Kaur. Just in terms of my background, I've been in the communications field for 18 years. Lately, I've really been focused on being the leader of communications teams for nonprofits, media, local government. And right now, I work at Data Society, so we're basically in the tech governance space, which is a new space. And your panelists are Brahmjot Kaur, associate writer and editor at E! News, Harmeet Kaur, culture writer for CNN. She covers race, identity, and social justice matters in her reporting. And Assis Kaur Singh, who is a communication strategist at Realtor.com. So I wanted to just start at, I think, a place that sometimes we like to avoid. And that's, how do you start to embark on these careers, especially since they're in fields that, you know, sometimes takes networking, connections. People may even think nepotism, and a lot of times in our community, we don't have those family connections. We don't even have the family endorsement or explicit support to start these types of careers. We're just going to get the text set up. So Harmeet, I'll start with you. You know, why did you want to be a reporter, and why were you excited to start a career in journalism, and why did you believe in it?
Yeah, so, you know, as a kid, I always really loved writing, and so it just, you know, the idea of being a journalist sounded cool. I would watch the TV news, and, you know, it just seemed like these people got to travel the world and tell stories. But once I actually got some experience, you know, when I was in high school and college, working internships, as I, you know, was in newsroom meetings, hearing journalists sort of talk through story ideas, or whether it was like pitching stories of my own, I just really fell in love with it. I, you know, realized that like this was a job where I would get to learn new things every day. I would get to meet new people. I could ask them any questions that I wanted under the guise of being a reporter, and they would talk to me, which was super fun. And yeah, so even just the process of like writing a story and crafting a story, it was just really satisfying and rewarding. So there just wasn't anything else that I could imagine myself doing.
Yeah, your response reminds me of the adage that journalism is the first draft of history.
Yeah.
So you're literally like writing the historical record in live time. It's pretty
No
cool.
pressure.
So Brahmjot, can you share your story with us? You know, how did you decide to enter journalism, and why did you think it was important to pursue this career?
So I think in my family, when you are a very passionate and opinionated person, there's sort of this expectation that you'll probably end up in law school. And so I really started college with this expectation. I decided to go into political science. And I think that I would say like my second year, I just realized that this wasn't what I wanted to do. I knew I was a good writer. I knew I was really passionate, but I couldn't figure out like where that should go. And so on a whim, I joined my school magazine, and I swear everything just sort of clicked. And it was a really exciting experience, so I decided to take some journalism classes, and I did continue majoring in political science because City College does not have a major for journalism, but I think it does now. But also I'm very happy to have done that because it really has made me a more well-rounded person. But from then on, I really just realized that this is what I wanted to do and this is what I wanted to pursue. So I took internships, and then when I got out of college, there was a program through NBC called NBCU Academy Embed Program that embeds you into the digital newsroom. And so that's really where all this started. Someone took a chance on me, and I was able to prove that this is what I wanted to do and where I wanted to be. And yeah, that's sort of how I ended up here.
I love the applause. I also think maybe this panel could be called People Who Decided Not to Pursue Law School, and why. Assis, you know, how did you start in communications, and why do you think it matters, and why does having a skill set in communications matters as a Sikh in our community?
Yeah, so I went to college. I thought I was going to do psychology, and then by my senior year, I had ventured over into the business admin program. And within that program, there was the focus on marketing, and even within marketing, there was a focus of public relations or communications. And as I decided to pursue that avenue, I also consequently decided to pursue internships in that avenue and found myself interning at entertainment houses like New Line Cinema, and eventually went over to what was one of the most prominent entertainment PR agencies. Back then it was called PMK HBH. I just really enjoyed the exposure to what communications was, which is the dissemination of information. It's the idea of figuring out the best way to create a message, thinking about the key takeaways, thinking about what is the message you want to get across, and figuring out the best way and the distinct way to do that. And I just really enjoyed it. And I think for those reasons, developing that skill set, even within Sikh, as a Sikh person, having that skill set is important in how you pursue your own life or your professional career.
So I'm hearing a lot of themes about the importance of being engaged in college, like going for that program, even though you might not get accepted, just going for it. And also the importance of internships and going for the big internships at like the big brands and like having big dreams. But I also wanted to talk about barriers to starting. So Brahmjot, I'm curious, was your family supportive of your start in journalism? Did you need to persuade them? And what do you remember from those conversations?
Yeah, I think that the best word to use is hesitant. So I think that, and I'm sure some people in this audience can also understand, our parents come here with the expectation of providing their children with, a better life. And what they really want my parents wanted for me and my brothers was financial stability and just like happiness. And in their mind, that really comes from, I know we've talked about it, I'm sure on other panels, but like the big three, right? When you think of like law school or medicine or engineering, like, you're gonna be good, that you'll have a good income. And so when I wanted to do this, I think there was a level of concern, just because now I'm in an alternative path that they didn't really expect for me. And so it was really just having to explain that to them. And I just knew that there was nothing else that I wanted to do. And so even though they wanted me to be realistic, I just was like, I can't do that. So I was able to, try these things out. Luckily, they were very supportive of me afterwards. I've always said that I'll be able to land on my feet no matter what. But I think I've really had a chance to prove this to them. And I just don't think that there would have been anything else I wanted to do. And I think it was very helpful. So my oldest brother, Manveer, he decided to go into public policy. And even though my parents were very politically active, they didn't see that as a real viable career option. And so it was something that when he had pushed those boundaries and they were like, oh my God, what is he gonna do? And he did a pretty good job. I think that it gave me a little bit more leeway because he had already sort of paved the way for me. And then I've just been able to prove that like once time over, right? So now they see two of their kids who are doing things that they didn't expect them to do and like have continued to thrive. So I think it was just like the proof is in the pudding, and I'm just glad that they had faith in me to know that I could do this. Yeah, but I wouldn't say that they were like super excited right away.
I also love the fact that like you had a supportive relationship with your sibling, and that's really cool. Assis, did you encounter skepticism from your family or your networks? I'm sure they were like, New Line what? Is that just like a made-up pretend job? Yes, just curious.
Yeah, they were like, New Line what? Until I told them they're the ones that made Lord of the Rings. That was a big movie for our house growing up. But yeah, I think similar to what Brahmjot said, there's this idea that your parents want you to have the best life, especially when they've come and they've worked really hard. They've faced their own barriers, and so they just want you to have a good life. And for a lot of that, there's a familiarity of what being a doctor, being a lawyer, being an engineer brings. And so when you come home, and I came home and I was like, I'm gonna do PR, and they were like, what is that? Like, why do you want to do that? And I think, I'm not sure if everybody has this, but in our household, there's a specific spot in the living room where all the discussions go down. And so we had a sectional, and I was sitting on one side, and mom and dad and my older sister were on the other side, and it was like, okay, make your case. So I had to come to that meeting. I had to come to that meeting. I had to come to that conversation. I had to come to that conversation with, here's the research. Here's what job growth looks like in this profession. Here's what the growth statistics are. And it still wasn't even after that, it wasn't like, okay, go ahead, go do it. It was a battle. It was a battle to even pursue the career. And my dad was like, are you going to be able to sustain yourself on that? And you do have a sense of like, am I going to be able to sustain myself? I know I have this passion and I know I really enjoy doing this, but you know, there's that pause. And then you just have to also believe in yourself. And you have to believe in your abilities and your ability to pursue and put your mind to something and follow through with it.
I really appreciate that, especially the pressure to have to like present and make your case. Harmeet, you know, you're in a really unique spot. Maybe some folks don't appreciate this, but Harmeet's beat, like her focus of reporting, is not one in many newsrooms across the country. So you're at a really large news organization. And how did you figure out how to break in, especially with this reporting beat that just isn't available everywhere and it's super unique?
Yeah, I mean, breaking into journalism, for starters, I didn't know anyone in the industry when I was starting out, so I felt like I had to be really strategic and methodical about it. Even like me deciding to go to college at Emory, like one of the big reasons was because CNN's headquarters was there, and I was thinking about like potentially being able to intern there. And, you know, so when I did do that, and I did intern, you know, just sort of making sure that I was doing a good job, and then, you know, being able to lean on my reputation and then connections that I'd made there to get the next opportunity and the next opportunity. You know, culture writing is not something that I really knew was a thing. Like you said, it's not, you know, super established in a lot of newsrooms, or it can be also super broad. But it's something I kind of fell into, and it's just been a really good fit. I think part of it has been just like being really open to, you know, any opportunity. I knew that I wanted to write, and, you know, so I kept, you know, I was working in different jobs in the newsroom before, and just sort of kept pestering my bosses, like, I want to write. And then an opportunity opened up on what we called the Trends and Culture team at the time. So it was doing a lot of internet reporting, and then, or like reporting on internet trends and, you know, viral stories. But that evolved into this culture beat as the team evolved, and I was able to sort of carve out a space to write about issues that I care about, which has allowed me to do, you know, stories about Sikhs, stories about other marginalized communities. Yeah.
I love that, because it's not just getting yourself in the door, it's the fact that you have to be really proactive once you're in the door to keep like shaping your beat, which is very cool. So continuing on with even more challenging aspects, because I feel like sometimes people see the glamour behind these jobs, but don't necessarily see how challenging it can be. So Assis, I'm curious, what do you feel is an important skill that you've learned in this field? And what's a challenge that you've had to overcome as you followed the career path? So like persuading your family was the first challenge, but what other challenges did you encounter in the field?
Yeah, so I think one of the moments that I feel like was a big challenge, and actually I shouldn't call it a moment, I think it's maybe just like a cultural aspect of it, is like growing up in my household. I think that, you know, within our culture there's this idea of like, you listen to your elders, you listen to, you show respect to your elders, and which I do really like, and I think is great. Within the corporate world, there's this idea that like the elder being the boss, or being like the more authoritative figure, listening to them and just like doing as they say. And I've been told as I was going through my career, a lot of people were like, Assis, we want to see what you have to say. And that to me was kind of like, whoa, like really? You want to hear what I have to say? But I think that was something that was a barrier, because on one side you're taught to listen to the elders, listen to what they have to say, and on the other side, on the corporate side, you're expected to, I wouldn't say go against it, but you are expected to use your voice in a way that I hadn't used before. And so I think that was a challenge that I overcame and had to overcome through in a lot of different roles that I've been in. And then I think one of the skill sets, and so I do think that's a skill set that I have learned. I think one of the other skill sets was just a facet of working in communications, and PR is, a lot of my job is working with journalists like from Jyoth and Harmeet, and I think where the news cycle has come now is way faster than where it was when I started. And so, quick 101 about PR. We are the ones who craft the narrative, pitch the story to the journalist, and hope that they find value in what we have to say or what our company has to say, and they write the story. And so a lot of times journalists are under time crunch, they're on really, really fast deadlines, and so as the PR person, you're sort of that first line of defense to your company. And so you have to act very quickly. So one of the rules is you need to respond within 15 minutes of an email coming in. Always on, always responding, and being able to do that and think really quickly to get your point across. And so I think that is another skill set that came through in my job.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, especially the fact that like sometimes in our community we're told to like go with the flow, but actually you don't add value as a communicator if you do that. You have to be like the strategist. So I really appreciate that. Also, Harmeet, I also want to acknowledge, like in your beat in particular, you have a lot of pressure to represent communities, to make the case to your editors that you know, this story is important, or a Sikh story is important and is the one that should be covered. You know, what's your perspective on navigating that type of pressure? And I know you can't do it all, so how do you walk that balance?
Yeah, it's definitely really challenging because there are so few of us in these spaces. I definitely feel like a huge responsibility to try to do these stories when I can, just because, you know, I feel like I have that position and I'm there and I can do it. My bosses, I will say, have been generally pretty supportive when I have wanted to do that work, which I have appreciated. But, you know, a lot of it, because of that pressure, you know, you sometimes end up working overtime. For example, in 2021, when the mass shooting at the FedEx facility in Indianapolis happened, that was a story that our national desk covered, and, you know, not me as a culture writer, but because, you know, I felt strongly about the issue. It's like I was staying late to help gather reporting, help, you know, send the proper pronunciations for our TV anchors, of the names of the victims and things like that. So a lot of it is like, sometimes it's taking on extra work. But sometimes it also, I mean, there've also been a lot of times where there's a story I want to cover, or there's a story that's happening related to Sikhs or Sikh issues, but I just don't have the time, whether it's because of other obligations or, you know, maybe I don't feel like I have the expertise, you know, to do it and like under the time constraints. So yeah, I wrestle with a lot of guilt with that, guilt around that sometimes, you know, because you want to do that. I think from the outside looking in, people don't always know what other things are going on, but ways that I've tried to navigate that have been, like I'll try to find ways to compensate for it in other ways. So whether that is like, you know, passing on the breaking news story, but trying to come back to it and write a maybe more in-depth or nuanced piece, you know, a week later that, you know, I feel is, you know, better than what I could have done in the moment. Or it's, you know, building relationships in the newsrooms and finding allies who can take on some of those stories when I don't have the time. And I've been able to do that, which I'm grateful for. So just finding other people who maybe aren't Sikh but see the value in doing those stories as well. So I think even just being a presence in the newsroom and like telling people that, hey, like this is a story we should be covering and I can't get to it, but like this intersects with your beats, so maybe you might be interested. That's like also one way that I've been able to go about it.
Well, thank you for doing that advocacy. You are totally an example of, I remember when we would like talk about Sikh Lead, of like having people in these institutions is how like our community gets respected and there's like overall change. So thank you. Also, Brahmjyoti, you've had a really interesting transition. You worked at, you know, a news organization where you were more focused on hard news, NBC, and then you moved to e-news and you're more focused on lifestyle and entertainment. Why did you want to make this move? And can you like tell us about why you think this reporting beat is really important?
Yeah, so I have always loved pop culture and entertainment. It was a way that I connected with my friends. It was a way that I could make my brothers think I was cool. It was somewhere that I found community of people who loved the same things I did. So growing up, that continued to be a really big part of my life. And I loved being at NBC News. I learned so many of those hard journalism skills that you need, those hard news skills that you need to be a really good journalist. But I just it wasn't, when the opportunity to go to E came around, it really was the perfect fit. And I think that, similar to what Harmeet said, I think there was a level of guilt that I wrestled with. So, when I was at NBC News, I was focusing on the South Asian diaspora, on the Sikh community, and a lot of it was really hard-hitting news in many ways. And so I loved doing that. But at the same time, it didn't feel like it was my place. I just felt like I had this calling towards, entertainment. And so, I went from actively reporting on our community to no longer doing that. And there is a level of guilt because, again, as Harmeet said, I think I was the only one in our newsroom. So there were a lot of stories that I had to push forward. There were a lot of stories that I fought for. And I'm very grateful that my fellow reporters are very aware of these things, and they've been doing the amazing work after I left. But it was definitely a feeling like, okay, I'm no longer doing that. And I had to reframe my mindset in many ways because I'm so happy with the work that I do. I get to cover things that I love, and sort of remembering that now I get to, in some way, be a level of representation. And being in news, we can be in all facets of it, right? There is this sort of thing that I don't have to, maybe I'm just trying to make myself feel better, but we don't have to cover our, community all the time, and we can still be a force for good in where we are. And even the little things for me, when you go onto our website, you will see my byline there, you'll see Kaur. When I talk to celebrities now, I make them pronounce my name properly, and they ask me what it means, and I'm able to actually tell them, what it means, and it's like a new sort of world for some of these people. So yeah, I think and I'm so much happier, but there is this sort of change that comes with that, both mentally and work-wise. I just now get to do really fun stories, which is awesome.
I really love the impact that you're having, even just one-on-one with really influential people. So kudos. Before we open it up to audience questions, wildcards, think about what you want to ask. I did want to ask everyone if you had a story, though I feel like you've already shared some, that about where your work did allow you to express your Sikh identity, or how it intersected with your Sikh identity, or just your personal journey in Sikhi. Or is there any accomplishment that you're really, really proud of? Let's just go down the line. So Brahmjot, we'll start with you.
Okay, so I know that I just sat here and talked about how much I loved entertainment news, and I do. I want to say that right. But when I look at some of my stories, and one that I will always sort of be really, really happy that I did was basically during the police search for Amritpal Singh, there was a lot of coverage in the diaspora about protesters, and a lot of the language that was used around it was vandalism, breaking things, just sort of the conversation that we see, almost villainizing these people that are protesting. And I remember when I saw that, I went to my editor, and the first thing I asked was, what do I need to be able to make sure that the story gets through? And so we made sure that I had, because it's also really hard to, in these spaces, a lot of people don't understand the nuances of the Indian government and sort of the rise of Hindu nationalism in India. And so at that time, I sort of had to really push this forward. And so I feel like it was a coverage where I was able to talk to the protesters and really give them a voice, because there's a reason why people sit outside. There's a reason why they're outside of the embassy and they're yelling these things. And so much of it was giving a voice where they know they don't have a voice, where the internet was shut down. And so that was one of those things that there were a lot of hurdles to jump through, having to educate the people around me who are willing to be educated, but just having to take on that responsibility. And I look back at that story, and I'm so grateful that I put in the work, even though it was so stressful to do on the short time crunch that I had. But yeah, so I think that was something that to this day, if I ever hear anyone talk about it, it's a very kind, feeling to know that I was able to humanize people that should be humanized to begin with, but weren't at the time. So.
Yeah, actually, I feel like the most meaningful story of my career has been one where I was able to lean on my Sikh identity and Sikh background. It was in 2021 on the 20th anniversary of 9/11. So, our newsroom, like, most newsrooms, was, doing a lot of stories on the legacy of 9/11 and, of course, the horror of the attacks and the people who lost families and things. But I kept seeing, it's a story that there was a story that I felt like wasn't being told as much, one that we all know around 9/11 and how it affected our communities. So I had the privilege of being able to spend time with Balbir Singh Sodhi's family. He was the first Sikh person who was killed in a hate crime after 9/11. And I was able to do a piece that reflected on the ways that 9/11 affected our communities and how people in the U.S. Turned on Sikhs and our Muslim brothers and sisters, and sort of explore the impact that still has on his family today and how they've managed to process their grief. And it was really rewarding. It was a really challenging story because it's so heavy and so sad, and to make his family sort of relive that tragedy was hard, but I think the story that came out of it, I was really, really proud of. We were able to really just unpack who he was as a person, share details of his life that people, might not have known, and I was able to use my Punjabi language skills to interview some of his family members, which also I think really helped strengthen the story. So I think when I've been able to go on the ground like that, being able to lean on my background, being able to, lean on some of these, being able to lean on the language skills and all of that has really just made for better work.
I think one of the stories that comes to mind on my end is applying my skill set within the community. So I volunteered in a PR capacity with the Sikh Lens Film Festival, which is in Southern California, where I'm from, and in that capacity was able to pitch and share our stories and share the Sikh community with the Los Angeles Times. And one of the writers ended up coming to the Sikh Lens Film Festival and talking to members of our community and sharing our stories, and it was a great LA Times article. And I think that was something that I was super proud of because it was the application of a skill set, an application of my profession within our community, and allowing our community and helping facilitate that visibility of our community within a really large newspaper like the LA Times. So that's something that comes to mind externally. And then a different capacity on the comm side is sometimes when you're in a communications role, you have this visibility within the organization and you plan programming within the company alongside HR. And I used to be the head of PR for Linksys, which is that Wi-Fi networking brand. And for Women's History Month, I did the programming for our internal just program that we did for that, and I was able to invite Sargun Gaur, who is the CEO of Byteboard, and she spoke to our entire company about her story, how she came to be the CEO of Byteboard, and giving her the opportunity to share that with probably some folks that she wouldn't have been able to otherwise. And so I think those are a couple of examples that come to mind in terms of the application of a skill set within the community, and then using your position to give folks within the community visibility.
I love all these stories of how you can have influence and a growing form of power in a kind of a subversive way. So I think we can try to ask one or two questions from the audience. So okay, I see. Do you mind just projecting? I see you raise your hand.
Yes, I can project. Thank you all for your work. This was really good to hear your thoughts. I'm wondering if you can speak to this heightened era of repression that we are currently in with respect to how things are reported about certain geopolitical events that are happening on the other side of the world, the usage of the passive voice. You are one of, it seems, the only one of
So that was a really excellent question. I think like maybe we should start with in terms of newsrooms, editorial style, objectivity in journalism. Sometimes there's stories that just go untold because they're objective. Like if we were to look at American history, Jim Crow laws were accepted by the press, right? Some of the most oppressive things are often endorsed by newsrooms, and that's why newsrooms have had a huge reckoning that's continuing to go on. So maybe let's start there. So Brahmjot, Harmeet, like, is there any like stories you have to share? I also think we should definitely talk about like groups like Aja and you know, places where like journalists of color really organize and network and also support each other too.
Yeah, so now I guess it's not as much of a conversation to be had. But when I was at NBC News, I was very, very, very grateful to have an editor who was someone willing to learn, willing to listen, and so that I think was really helpful when I sort of brought my pitch forward. We maybe had a back and forth about how we can do that and how we can talk about it. So for me, like at the time when I would be talking about, we did a story about actually the rise of Hindu nationalism, and so me and one of my fellow reporters, we sort of sat down with our editor, and she was cool with it, but then we had to sort of like bring that up the ladder, and there have been things that we've had to push for when we talk about casteism and the language that's used in the newsroom. It is derogatory to this day, and it's something that we've had to push and make sure that they understand that you cannot be calling Dalit people certain words, and that, you know, there's a language around this now, and they're like, well, it's not in the AP style, and it's like, okay, well, of course it's not in the AP style when, you know, you haven't had to have that conversation yet. So just like for me, it was having allies in the room and really like pushing that forward. I didn't do it all the time, and when I would let those battles go unfought, I really regretted it, and I wish that I had just like pushed forward, because I always say the truth is the truth, and you can't stand behind. You can't really change that. So I'll let you move forward.
Yeah, thanks so much for your question. It's a really great one. I'm glad you asked it. You know, I think this is something that newsrooms also are wrestling with internally. I think a lot of times when people talk about journalism and media, they sort of talk about it like it's this one blob, like the media. It's like this one thing, which I think sort of obscures that, you know, these organizations are so big. There are people, you know, who come from all sorts of backgrounds, viewpoints, all sort of putting this product out. I think there are definitely people in newsrooms who are pushing back against some of those things that you're saying, like use of passive voice, you know, whose word that we take, you know, for truth, or you know, like whose word that we, you know, take as fact. I think in my capacity, at least, when I have covered some of these stories, I have tried to be as specific as I can, try to really avoid the use of passive voice, or I think sometimes also people don't know like why we do that, and I think newsrooms can do a better job of communicating why we did that. Sometimes it's, you know, we don't have certain information confirmed, and that's why we're saying it in a certain way, and I think we can be doing a way better job communicating to the public of like why it took us so long to report this story, or why we, you know, told it in this way. There are definitely, like you said, there are definitely institutional biases that exist, that we, you know, are grappling with, and that newsrooms are, you know, having conversations about. But yeah, I think at least from my perspective, it just sort of starts by, you know, using your voice where you can, using your own byline to do stories that you're passionate about, pushing against some of those conventions of, yeah, using passive voice or taking certain authorities at their word, and really just sort of like pushing to, yeah, be more specific, include appropriate context, and just elaborate wherever we can.
And because it seems you're coming more from an organizing bent, I will say, as someone who, you know, worked on immigration reform and criminal legal system reform for a long time, and now am in a new space where it's going to be a new fight, I would say my biggest piece of advice is to know you cannot do everything, and to make decisions about what you can strategically do with the resources and the position that you have, and you know, collaborate with others who perhaps can like tackle the other thing. So maybe like you have a friend who is like the TikTok genius, like empower them to like do that thing on that platform, and maybe you like have the ability to reach out to journalists and have them think differently about this issue. So like you definitely can't do it all and have impact. You really have to make decisions about, this is what I can do, and I'm gonna try to like do my best job on this and really measure against that. That would be my advice. I think we're unfortunately at time, so I just want to thank everyone. This was a fabulous audience, and we had such incredible, incredible panelists. Thank you so much. I learned a lot.
Round of applause one more time for the panelists. Glass ceiling has been shattered. Love that. Yo, your favorite and only MC, Gurpreet Singh, I'm back. We have one final panel discussion for y'all. Stories are powerful tools. They can educate, they can inspire, and they can enact change. But how can we use storytelling to enact real change? How can we use storytelling to enact equitable and real change in this world? Well, glad you asked. Our final panel discussion, Storytelling for Change, is beginning now. Allow me to introduce Dean Joy Conver, who will be introducing all the panelists. Thank you so much. Round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, do you have time? Yeah? Amazing. Wow, this is Dean Joy Cover, Brooklyn Law School, everyone. I memorized that. I mean, round of applause. She's actually just reminding me that we got one more raffle giveaway, so I can give away the rest of the buggerties in my closet. All right, look at your raffles and your tickets, and I'm gonna figure out how to open this box. Yo, can I just shatter this glass ceiling? Oh, got it. Nice. Nailed it. All right. There's no numbers. You want to pick one?
The number is 335586.
335586. Yeah. No. Fake news. 335586.
Oh, right there.
Round of applause. You paid extra to get that one. That was amazing. You'll get that at the end. Thank you so much. All right, all yours, Shirley.
All right,
Go ahead.
fantastic. So I'd like to have the panelists come up, and then we will, since this is the last panel of the day, we're going to reintroduce you to several of our luminaries. So could I invite up Nardeep Kurmi, Harjas Singh, Anupreet Kaur Ransi, and Vishwajit Singh. And Harjas, you want to bring your puppy out? Yeah. He's the cutest. And what's your puppy's name? Jalem. Okay, and Jalem. Okay, so as we've seen today, much of storytelling is actually taking back narratives so that others aren't telling the stories that should be told by the community. This final panel features panelists who are storytellers for change. Many of you have met throughout the day, actually, but I'd like to introduce you again to actor, writer, and director Nardeep Kurmi, filmmaker Harjas Singh, who's here for the first time, I think, on this panel, creative director and viral storyteller Anupreet Kaur Ransi, and then last but certainly not least, cartoonist and artist Vishwajit Singh. So a few words on, yes, big round of applause. Just a couple of words on how I link into this conversation. So I'm a Dean of Diversity at Brooklyn Law School. I'm also a professor. Yay, Brooklyn Law School. Yeah, yes. And just a little side note, if anybody does want to go to law school, it is a very good thing to do. Come talk to me afterwards. But it's also good to do many, many other things. And I do hope that the community has folks in every kind of field, but I can try to sell you on law school. So I'm also a professor of writing, and how I kind of link into this conversation is that some of my recent scholarship has to do with a case that's 100 years old, United States versus Bhagat Singh Thind. Is anyone familiar with that case in the audience? Okay, fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. My kids also. Basically, the case is fairly unknown in the legal community, but in our Desi community, it is one of the most famous cases, and a case that certainly everybody should know about. In 1923, the case of Dr. Thind was that he brought his case to naturalize in the United States, and he was on the basis that he should be able to be defined as white. And this is an interesting argument. That it's one that actually some of us on the panel have come to from different angles. But the only option to naturalize was to be white in this country or to be of African ancestry. And so he brought forth his argument to the Supreme Court, saying that based on the definitions that they themselves had used in a case 3 months before that, he should qualify. And he lost the case. And his story we should tell, and I come to this actually later than many of our panelists who have done some work on this story. But in terms of my own work, I brought a stack of my law review articles for those of you who are thinking about law school or are generally interested. I know we're going to have a mixer afterwards, so if anyone is interested, please grab this. Otherwise, it's only my mom who has ever read this article. And I think Amrita, which is how I was invited to the panel. So, okay, so presaging some questions I'm going to ask Anupreet and Vishwajit. I wrote the piece inspired by an ancient form of literature, Indian literature, which is called the Panchatantra. So the story is written in 5 different intersecting stories, nesting into one another, in which a minor character from the last story becomes the narrator for the next story. So that's the style in which I wrote this story about Dr. Thind. And both Anupreet and Vishwajit also have intersections with writing or creating works, perhaps towards children, perhaps to a larger audience, but I'd like to ask them about that when we get to that. And then Bhagatji's story, of course, happens to feature in powerful works created by Nurdeep and Herjus among their other incredible works, so perhaps we can tease out some of those stories. So we have a little less than half an hour. I know we're running behind time, so we'll try to make it up now. But let's start talking to these luminaries. Okay, so a question for all the panelists. So we'll go down one by one, and then I'm going to have a couple of specific questions for each of you, and then we're going to end with one more and hopefully a couple of audience questions. So a question for everybody. Every hero and anti-hero story begins with an origin story. So how did you become a storyteller, and what does storytelling for change, the theme of this panel, mean to you? We'll start with Vishwajit.
So I mentioned this in the first panel. You know, I became a storyteller before I knew what a storyteller is. And I know it sounds a little weird. We all know what stories are. So 9/11 happens. I see this cartoon with a Sikh character that inspires me to become a cartoonist myself. My cartoons are full of turbans and beards. And about 10 years into that journey, I got an email from a school teacher saying, hey, you know, I love your website, love your work. We would like you to come to our school and talk about why you do what you do. So I went there, and then somehow it just started happening more and more and more. And my audience was mostly elementary, middle, and high schools, and they still are. I do a lot of work in schools. And so I asked myself, like, what am I going to tell these kids? And so, of course, I knew, okay, I'm going to use my cartoons, so that's a good prop. And I basically started telling my story. You know, I was born in the US. I spent most of my childhood in India. I did not talk about 1984 in schools because, especially they just don't have the context. So I made that decision myself. I will not talk about 1984, at least to this audience. But I talk about how I got bullied a lot as a kid, and then I come to the US and I took off my turban and beard because I wanted to fit in. I did not want to stand out. And so, I go through my story and I realized this started connecting to parts of my story where I was vulnerable and I was honest. And so, that's kind of what, now I say I'm a storyteller, but what I love working with kids because they're very honest and very transparent. So I start by asking them the question, where do you think I'm from and what words come to mind? And almost all kids say, when I say what words come to mind, you're skinny, cool beard, this thing on your head. But when I ask them where you're from, almost every kid will say Africa, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan. Very few will say I'm from here. But at the end of the story, once I share my story, I'll ask them what words come to mind now, and they will say cool, creative, courageous, one of us, American. That's the power of storytelling. But what I say, to parents and young ones here, like when you go back into your schools and workplaces, just tell your story. Don't worry about the sick part. That'll come out on its own. I think sometimes we focus too much on, I'm a Sikh, my tradition started 500 years ago. We have to get to that, right? So just tell your story. That's what
I froze in that moment at age 6. How do I tell that story to my white friends who are 6 years old and wouldn't have a clue what I'm going on about? So that was, I think, my first moment of realizing that I needed to be a storyteller. And it was hearing in Punjabi and it coming out in English. So I realized the responsibility I had. And then the larger picture is, how did I even end up in England, growing up there? How did I end up as the only brown kid in school? So I followed my family history from pre-partition India, which is now Pakistan, through Africa, and then England, and now I'm here. And it was this quest to really understand who I was. So asking parents, asking grandparents, and realizing that these stories shouldn't end with me. So yes, I'm capturing them and I'm understanding them, but there was so much bravery in them and so many universal lessons that could be passed on to any community. So it was understanding that I could then translate that to help people, give them hope, guide them, perhaps, help them navigate through life. And as for your second bit, storytelling for change, I think, change for me comes through two things. One is a perspective shift that has to happen, and then the second part is an action taken off of that perspective shift. And I think my duty as a storyteller, in whatever language it is, it's to introduce new perspectives, so much so that someone connects to them, wants to take them on, and then they go and make an action. So it's really about mobilizing people.
I feel like my origin story is a little combination of both of yours. So I immigrated to the United States when I was like 4.5 from Switzerland. My family immigrated from Punjab to England, and I grew up in a lot of white spaces in the suburbs of Philly. So I got beat up a lot. But there was this one day, again, like 6 years old or whatever, 7 years old, I realized that if I could make them laugh, they wouldn't want to beat me up. So I just started being a clown to survive. And then I realized, I can make friends, I can perform. And that got me into performance, into acting, and I was doing community theater and the musicals, much to the chagrin of my parents. And I was doing Oklahoma, if any of you know that musical. There's a character in it, his name is traditionally Ali Hakim, but because I was cast in it, it was Ali Hakim. And the character in the musical, it's the best character in the show, but that's not saying a lot. He is a white person, pretending to be someone from the Middle East, hawking tinctures to like poor white people in Oklahoma. And so I played it as Ali Hakim and did this whole dance and jig. And it like hit me where I was like, shit, if I want to pursue like anything, video camera, it married my love of photography and storytelling, and started making really dumb shorts with my friends, which then transitioned into the next part of your question, which was, what am I doing with this? I have the privilege to be able to do this. I have access and I have these skills. I better be putting them to use in some way that's a little bit more substantial than, making little, dumb shorts, which are great, but I felt like I had to do something a little bit more with that. So I think that's kind of how I brought in my faith was, I can be of service doing this. I can shed light on different communities. I can, talk about the things that interest me with the work. And that's kind of what transitioned me into like this next part of my career.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa. I love that. I learned that from camp. You just say it the second time. Everyone's like almost shamed to like participate in. But like, so like for me, I guess my origin story is a bit more of the anti-hero. Maybe I'm the antagonist. But essentially, not too dissimilar from your story of I grew up in Cincinnati, Ohio, not that many brown people. I went to an old boys Jesuit Catholic high school, so anyone wants to know about Catholicism, let me know, because I've studied it. Kind of nay, but all right. But like for me, it was a little bit opposite. I've always been kind of a big sing, and people were afraid of me, and I never liked that feeling. Like no one messed with me, but also no one tried to befriend me. And it was like this weird, like, I can do whatever I want, but that never sat well with me. So I realized that like storytelling was a way to communicate with people, to understand the underlying humanity there. So I guess that is kind of how I got into storytelling. I mean, it never seemed like a viable option. I did my undergrad in biomedical engineering, so just a lateral move into like filmmaking. But like like the original plan was like going into like med school. So I got into an MD PhD program, but I applied to film school at a whim. Why not? And part of me was like, I kind of hope this decision is made for me. If I'm not good enough for med school, I wasn't good enough for film school, I'm good enough. Now I have to make a decision because I ended up getting into both. And so for me, the watershed moment was whoever replaced me in med school probably would have done the same job, would have, appreciated or treated patients in a similar fashion. But would the person who replaced me in film school try to champion Sikh and South Asian stories? And maybe it's a little like egotistical, no home, but like to say maybe things would be maybe a little bit different if I took this path. So does that answer the question?
That's perfect.
Sorry,
Perfect.
okay. I lost myself in that, but here.
Excellent. Okay, so one quick question for each of you that's not general. It's pretty specific to each of your stories. So Vishwajit Ji, you had mentioned that the Sikh Captain America came from the experience of after 9/11, of everything that you experienced, and probably from the beginning of your life. But I want to go back to the story from 1984. You've testified in Washington, D.C. about your experiences, and thank you for doing that. And I'm wondering now, at 40 years in, whether you think there is a way to tell that story. You mentioned that you hadn't been mentioning it when you'd been, in different classrooms. Is there a way to tell that story that you think can come from you? It's everyone's responsibility, but something personal to you.
The short answer is yes. I've done it through my cartoons. I've written articles about surviving that genocidal massacre. I would one day like to write perhaps a book that's just not my experience. I've met a lot of people in my travels, by the way, and there's some sitting in this audience whose parents or who themselves have survived this massacre, and for a variety of very complicated reasons. We don't talk much about it, but I really believe if you don't tell these stories, if you don't write these stories, and I really literally mean writing them, we're going to lose them, right? So we don't write a lot in our community, and that's a very big pet peeve, and I'm not going to go too much into it. But we need to write, and so to the Sikhs in this audience, where do we get our wisdom and our knowledge from? Guru Granth Sahib, right? It's a holy book. It's a 1,400-page book, right? But we consider it as a living guide here. We don't write a lot. How many Sikh authors do you know, right? So to answer the question, yes, I would like to write maybe an illustrated book, but I would maybe even encourage somebody sitting in this audience, you've had these experiences. It's going to be a painful experience. You probably will not get an American publisher to do this, but you know what? You can do an independent publishing. And hopefully somebody from our community can support by giving money and saying, you know what, let's publish 100,000 copies and put it out. But yeah, I would like to do it, but I don't think it's going to happen in the very near future. But it's 40 years, and I think, the least we can do is commemorate the 40th anniversary in our personal, in our Gurdwara spaces.
Yeah. Thank you. So Anupreet, most people only go viral once, but you've had the title of viral storyteller, which implies multiple times. Can you tell us some of the elements you think about in creating viral stories?
Yeah, most people think that going viral is the TikTok dance or a makeup routine or something to bake. But I think for me, when I think about virality, it's just about creating deep resonance. Can you say something that someone is thinking or is, in their heart for them? That's how you kind of represent them and make them feel seen and heard and understood and represented. And all that happens is, it's just a technical thing really, but all that happens is when you create that connection, they are more likely to share their story. And I would say that it comes from me from a place of service, not ego. I don't do this for myself, but there is inequality in the world, and the more people we can get to be the people that understand, listen, have empathy, the better. And I think that's an important differentiation. Before being a storyteller, I'm actually a story listener. I have to listen and absorb other people's opinions in order to inform my story. It's just like the doctor analogy. Like if you give a treatment plan without the proper diagnosis, that's malpractice. The same thing for me is I have to listen in order to tell a good story that is going to change the world. So yeah, be a story listener before a storyteller.
Perfect. So the last question is actually, or the last of the individual questions is actually to both of you, Nurdeep and Harjis. So in telling stories, a lot of the stories we've been talking a lot about the youth in this audience, and I know we're also being streamed, but if you could see what I can see, it's all generations here, but a lot of young people, which is really, really encouraging. So the storytellers of the future. My question to you is actually about the past, because in both of your works that you have created, I see a lot of resonance with the history of the Sikh community. So in Land of Gold, for example, you bring together the community with the Mexican community, which is a long-standing relationship, especially in California, and very beautiful stories coming out of that. And I'm not sure if that's what inspired it, but certainly that was what I picked up immediately. But you yourself have created a Hamilton-style rap battle that was shown in various schools in California. I think you performed it as Bhagat Singh Thind and versus Justice Sutherland, of course. So it was a rap battle, and Harjis, you created a student film about the Thind case as well, and actually about his life. that was starring Waris Ahluwalia. I don't know how you got Waris, but that's super impressive. And it's a story in itself, I'm sure. And what I wanted to tell you both is that you inspired my work to write about this case. And so you don't think the law is very exciting, but what you could do is be asked to write a Supreme Court opinion as if you were living in the time, which is what I was asked to do. And so I went back and acted as if I was on the Supreme Court in 1923, and of course I wrote a dissenting opinion. And then from there, I wrote this piece, but it was all because you had done the work you had done already. So thank you for using your voices, even in your student voices, and you never know what the knockoff effects are. So I wanted to know from both of you, what did you know of these historical cases or these communities, and how did you get inspired to do that work? And would you like to do a little bit of the rap battle?
Yeah. Oh, man, I did that rap battle like 10 years ago. I don't remember it, but that was fun. The kids were amused. I think, as a Sikh storyteller, as a South Asian storyteller, a lot of the conversations I have in these spaces are, what is our narrative? There's a lot of conversations about representation and how do we push representation forward, and that comes back to what is our narrative. And as diaspora people, that's a complicated question because there's many narratives that are in there, right? But they're more than just like this typical like arranged marriage type, the 5 stories. And for me, I think part of discovering what the modern narrative is figuring out what is the context of how we exist. And that's going into the past and reconciling and exploring the things that our people have gone through. And as I've been doing that research and working on other projects, I realize how few of us actually know our own history, specifically in this country, unless you're in California, right? I mean, I didn't even know about it. The first time I knew about the Punjabi Mexican community was because I was driving in LA and I saw 3 restaurants. One was Turbans and Cowboys, one was Indie Mex, and then I don't know what the other one was, but it was a great pun. And I was like, this makes a lot of sense, Mexican and Punjabi food. This should go perfectly together, but why? Why did this not exist on the East Coast, where I grew up, right? Why does this not exist in the UK, where I would summer, essentially, right, for family? And it made me realize, like, oh, in order to understand our modern, the modern narrative of ourselves, we do need to understand our past. And so that was kind of how Land of Gold came about, right? And you nailed it. Like, that was my direct homage to those people, because, the challenges we face today, I'll say this and I'll pass the mic, but I was watching the Colbert Report, and Ken Burns, who's an amazing documentarian, and if you haven't seen Ken Burns' stuff, please go see it. He was doing something about he was promoting his Vietnam doc, and he said something really prescient. He was like, history doesn't repeat, it rhymes. And he's like, the reason we're in this challenging place we are as a country is because we're rhyming all the way back to Vietnam, and the lies the government told us, and the distrust that was placed into the government, right? And when we're talking about storytelling and the stories that we tell, I think we have to look at the rhymes. And I sort of, the Land of Gold process started with just this abject sadness about child separation at the border, and then complicated conversations within South Asian communities about how they saw the undocumented community, So I just kind of went backwards, and I was like, well, where did this rhyme start? How did the rhyme get deteriorated? How did we become enemies? Oh, but we weren't enemies to begin with. And then bringing that in to inspire the contemporary context is kind of how I thought about it.
What was the frame for the question again? I was just enthralled.
How did you learn about our history, especially particularly in, as a student, you came up with the thin story, but it was it continues to be, besides the documentary that the family has made, which is also really, really good. It is the only other story on film so far, let's put documentary stories aside, just the only feature out there. And you did that as a student. How did you find the story, and how did you make this happen?
Sorry.
That's it?
I guess finding the story, I read a lot. Like, I'll read something once and I'll remember it, and I probably read something about it just like years ago, and it just kind of came to mind, especially the time period that we were in, and in many ways we are in terms of like defining nationalism and these ideas of these borders and what unites a people versus what separates, what causes divisions. I think I've always thought this about, like, so it was a period piece, right? So like set in the 1930s as a student film, because I hate myself, because like like everything has to be from the period, even like the outlets. Like my production designer's like, these are the wrong outlets, like we need different outlets for this. And so like, but I think a lot of like period pieces, we tell these stories in the frame of or perspective today, right? I think a lot of these films, at least my film, says more about the time it was made than the actual time it's depicting, right? And I definitely put my own kind of lens on it. There's the basis of, you have this guy, he's trying to gain citizenship after being a soldier in World War I. He was living in Berkeley, kicking it around with the Guthers. Yeah, I'm being very superficial right now, but like, and so like he comes to a point where like he no longer has citizenship and he's fighting for citizenship, and I don't know if he necessarily made the best argument. Right? Like what I really liked about it is a complicated person who may not have made the right decision that I can say right now. I don't know how to judge that moment, but that was something that I wanted to depict, a flawed Sikh, right? Like I think a lot of times we have a hard time, portraying ourselves as flawed human beings, but it's the flaws that actually people latch themselves onto. People outside of the community see somebody's flaws, sees them overcome from just like a classic character arc. If you're perfect, you have nowhere to go unless it's the fall. But like you have to start from the bottom and then move up to something greater, right? And so for him, I saw him as a flawed person who, for lack of a better term, was kind of a pick-me, of like appealing to a higher authority that he thinks that like, hey, if you accept me, I can accept myself. Right? And there's even a moment between him and his lawyer where he's like, I can't say this, right? If I say this, thousands of people will be deported. And his lawyer says, like, this is the only frame that they're accepting. If you don't say this, thousands of people will be deported. It kind of pitted the South Asian community against the Asian community. Kind of what do you do in that moment? Do you try to take the small victory because he thought he could get the small victory for the South Asians, at least how I portrayed it, or do you kind of damn everyone at the same time? There is no good decision for this person who's trying to get everyone else to accept him because he can't really accept himself. And I think that's a human story right there. Like, you have that frame for the story. It doesn't have to be a Sikh, no longer. That's just a human struggle that I think we still go through, and many people in immigrant communities still go to this day. Does that kind of
Yeah, perfect. For another panel, another time, I would love to get into it in terms of his legal arguments.
Oh, you should do like a lawyer, like how many inaccuracies that I have.
No,
it's
no,
like
not
no lawyer would say this. This is inaccurate.
It's not even inaccurate, but I think he understood that the frame offered to him from the case 3 months before was the only limited argument that could have worked. And so he, I think, wisely took the only possible argument, and it should have worked out in his favor, and it didn't. And that is, I think, the story.
Yeah, the whole like layman's understanding of white, how it changed. So I guess I should have sent you the link, but like there's a moment where like they're arguing with the judge, and the judge is like, okay, you're making a good argument for citizenship, but are you white? Like, that's all we're asking. We're not asking anything else. You're making a good argument, but are you of Caucasian descent? That's all this thing is asking about.
Yeah, another panel, another year. But I wanted to do a speed round and just starting this way, coming this way, dream project. Like you've been given all the money in the world, you have a dream project, go. Starting with Harjus.
I really love sci-fi, right? Like, I think sci-fi does a lot to, once again, say more about our time than, you know, another time, and having a Sikh as the lead, because that is just what the character is. Like, having a big budget film that is well done, of course, but a character who just happens to be a Sikh. And you don't necessarily need to whitewash the character either, but for me, the classic, like, proper character is you have a character where their want is culturally entrenched, but their need is universal. So having a Sikh character where their want is culturally entrenched, but the need is universal in a sci-fi kind of world.
Excellent. Okay. Very good.
How to answer this question? One of my dream projects is actually kind of happening right now, and I can't really talk about it, but
another
thing. That's so stay abreast of the news in the next couple months, and there might be an announcement. But actually, I mean, it's kind of what we talked about here. You know, a dream project of mine would be to do like a sweeping, you know, style romance set in the 1900s between a Punjabi and a migrant. And I just want to not make it about, like, obviously they'd be struggling, but it's really just about this love story between two people who don't speak the same language. And it's their broken English that is what they speak in, but they speak with their bodies, you know? So that would be a dream project to do, and like shoot it in Central California as well, like where it all took place.
Yeah, excellent.
You know, I've never been asked this question, but it was really easy for me to come up with an answer, and it would be Disney. I want to make a film where there's a Disney princess who is Sikh.
That'd be nice.
And it honors the truth of the meaning of what it is to be a Sikh girl. So let's do it.
I struggle with this one, but I think to me, time travel has always been really big.
Yes.
So I want to have a time travel story with a Sikh character.
Excellent. Okay, so mine would be Thinned the movie, and we can put in all of these elements, and hopefully maybe Disney can make it. But for sure, we're working on a documentary now, and we're coming out to California for that. So we may see you, but I actually mean a feature, a full-length feature. Maybe Netflix, maybe 5 episodes. I've already written them, but basically it's too rich of a story and too complex of a story to not tell in a longer way. So thank you for starting it. Okay, so any questions from the audience? I think we have maybe 5 minutes left. Yes, all the way in the back. Great question.
I think, thanks for the question. I think the immediate thought I have is to work on them, but adults are so resistant to change. Their minds are made up, their identities are formed, and they're only looking for confirmation bias, right? Just connecting with people who think exactly like them. But children are curious, they're open, their identities are not formed, And I think in that gap, you have this opportunity to share more perspectives, more opinions that will then help them grow into more, responsible people, more open people. So, yeah, I would focus on them.
I know there's a lot of different communities, a lot of different backgrounds, and they all have their own unique challenges and vulnerabilities. I would, I work with kids, I work with adults, and I do love working with kids a lot more than adults because they're more responsive, and they're just a heck of a lot more open to diversity today than we were when we were kids. I think the key is really telling a story that's really, telling a powerful story that has tender, vulnerable moments. And you're right, it's going to take some time for some of the adults in the room to perhaps get it. But I've seen, I grew up in I'll be honest with you, I grew up in a community, in a household that was homophobic. Incredibly homophobic, right? There's a lot of transition that has happened in the last 10, 20, 30 years. And some of that has come from real life characters, who just have an incredible, graceful presence. So it's telling some of those stories, bringing those real life characters to the screen or the story. And you know what? We'll find connections with them. So I just say, I wouldn't worry too much about the audience. I just tell a powerful story and you never know where you're going to land.
To echo that, I definitely agree. Don't worry about the audience because, if you're telling something that's compelling to you with honesty and vulnerability, and you put it out there, it will find its audience, and it might be unexpected. And that change. Here's the unfortunate thing. Maybe this is my pessimism coming out. We're not going to change older folks who are set in their ways, right? What you're trying to make is a better future for younger folks. And I think just by putting the work out there in the most honest way you can, it'll reach those kids, and then they will be the change, right? It just may not. It's the unfortunate thing of change. It doesn't necessarily happen with your contemporaries. It happens with the next generation. And I think these panels are actually evidence of that, right? The few of us that get to be up here, hopefully, there was a question on a previous panel of 10 years from now, right? There's going to be a whole ton of people that'll be here that are doing so much cooler stuff than all of us are doing. But yeah, that feels like just be as honest and vulnerable and just put it out there because it'll find its space.
To a certain extent, take what I say with a grain of salt, but for me, a lot of my stories, end up falling into one of three categories: how the world is, how the world should be, and how the world could be, right? And should and could may seem similar, but there is almost a morality difference between them, right? So you can always make the story of how the world currently is and what is the struggle, right? And you can always make a story of how the world could be. What if what would a healthy relationship look like? It's interesting how we relate to these things, not even necessarily in how they are now, but some people will look at it as oh, it doesn't have to be this way. I don't have to look at people in a certain fashion, right? And the thing is, if you make a story and it's done well, you'll be surprised how many people it reaches, not only within the community, but outside the community, right? So one of the films that I did with Sundance Labs was a road trip comedy of 5 Sikhs going from LA to Yuba City, Nagarkirtan. That's it. All it is, it's a road trip comedy. But all the people at Sundance, they're pretty white, and they have no idea necessarily about what is Yuba City, Nagarkirtan, right? But we do things for a specific reason, right? And it is a logic behind it. Other people can look at it that same way, just in the same way I'll watch a movie with a white guy as the lead. If it's good, it's good. Why can't the opposite be that way, right? And I think that can also be within our community. Don't get me wrong, there is struggles because in that script, one of the Sikhs is a queer Singh, one of the Singhs that wear barna. We don't really touch up, you see what a healthy relationship looks like with the peers, but there was a lot of uncles who were like looking for funding or looking to fund it, and it's just like, beta, like, or people are not like this. If you change this, I'll give you the money. And maybe this was the wrong decision, but I said no. Like, it is what it is. This is based upon the people that I know, my friend. These are the people within our community, whether you accept it or not. And I think after time, when people start seeing these things, they get emotionally attached and they see people for who they are. So for me, it's not even necessarily about the kids, auntie, uncle, whatever. If you make something, if it's good, people will emotionally attach. And like, that will be the change. Like, you can be that change. We can be that change and support one another for it.
And you should keep telling the stories too, right? You have a following, so yeah, okay, excellent. One last question? No more questions. Well, we can't wait for the wrap up, and I think we're going to do some mingling at the end. So thank you so much for listening to us.
Let's give it up one more time for this awesome panel. Okay. Thank you again to the 5 of you. Let's put our hands together one more time. So 2 more spots left. We're going to hear from Gurpreet, from his other talent, his true passion performance. And then Amrita, who I talked about earlier, is going to bring us home. So before I get to introduce my younger brother, Gurpreet, here, let me thank everybody again, online as well as in person, for joining us here today. I know it's been a long afternoon. For those of you here, you got some good food. For those of you online, I hope you did as well. I want, on behalf of the board, staff, volunteers, everybody in the SALDEF stratosphere, I want to thank you all so much. This was really a project that we hope we just got really talented folks together and didn't screw it up. And I think, from what you've seen here today, that hopefully we didn't do too bad of a job with that. So it also would be remiss for me as a board chair to not say, we need your support to continue doing this work. Saldef.org/donate. That's one option. Donate of your means. You can also go to saldef.org and donate through your time, volunteer. You can also donate to the things that you know, through your wealth of experience, your wealth of contacts, to help us build this program and our others. So I would implore you to think about that. If you enjoyed tonight, if you got one morsel of interesting insight, if you've got something that inspired you, hey, how do we use that to then build up this program for the next thing? I'm getting played off. Ladies and gentlemen, Gurpreet Singh Sareen. No, that was just me adding some flavor. That sounded so beautiful. Yo, can we get Diego to help me with the quarter jack wire? Diego. Yeah, it's boy. Can you guys hear me? Amazing. Can you hear the guitar though? Yeah, just put it next to me. Actually, you can hear it. That's fine. We'll just vibe out. Cool. Wow, I'm an MC and I can hold the guitar. That's great. Yeah. I have the privilege of, I guess, ending tonight's show. Thank you. Storytell, there's a variety of different ways to storytell. As you've seen in the panel discussions today, people write, people act, people perform, and people do spoken word, people play instruments. And I think one form of medium that I've enjoyed for telling stories is music and singing. And so as I was thinking about what my performance would be tonight, I thought about my journey with music and my journey through music. And so really what I want you to do is I want to bring you into my mind and sort of take you on a journey of music for me. So, where I started off with music. And while doing so, I guess I'll play some songs along the way that maybe just like give you a little vibe type beat about where I am. Nice, you see that type beat? Yeah, genius. All right, cool. So I actually started off as a tabla player. My family does a lot of Gurmat Sangeet, Hindustani classical music. Usually my great-great-grandfather was like a very well-renowned musician in India. And through him and through my nanima, through my mom, I learned and got the beauty of Shabad Kirtan and Gurmat Sangeet. Mind you, I was a tabla player, right? The tabla player, you don't get too much of the light or the attention, right? It's my sister, shout out Soni. She's like the singer. She's also a SALDEF employee, yo. But I didn't get this gig through her, I promise you that. Or did I? She is like the singer of the family, beautiful voice. As a tabla player, my job was mainly to, keep the rhythm. You don't do too many flashy things, especially with Shabad Kirtan. You kind of just like play, and tintal, and you just hold a note. Tintal, that's it, nothing. Kadma, tintal. But I was like, I kind of enjoy singing as well, and so then I took over my sister's role and became the singer of the just kidding. All right, cool. So started off while playing tabla, learning rags as well, and so. Sweet. So Yaman Kalyan, one of my favorite rags. Started off learning how to sing Hindustani classical music, a lot of Shabad Kirtan as well. Sweet. So started off with rags. That was kind of cool. My dad had bought a like a $70 guitar from Costco. Oh, Sam's Club. Sorry, Costco. One of those two. Sam's Club. And I saw it there, and I was like, just trying to experiment with the guitar and try to play around. Not a tabla, very different. You play your fingers and your hands differently. But I saw it there. Here's a life hack. If you learn like 4 chords, you can probably play like 1,000 songs. I'm sure you guys know that. So I learned I'm probably just gonna play these 4 chords now for the rest of the night. G, D, E minor, C. Sweet. I was like, I can play guitar. Where do I go from there? There's a local sandwich shop by my house called Potbelly. And they used to have, artists perform there, kind of like a coffee shop sort of thing. I got 25% discount on Oreo milkshakes. I wasn't allowed to have any tips though, but recently they started giving performers money, so I missed that. So I started playing American songs. I was like, I'm Desi, I'm Sikh, but I'm also American, so let me start learning some American songs. And so started playing American music. The American people liked it. And then I was like, let me perform on American Idol. Weird transition. I don't know why American Idol was the next move, but I did. Sunday morning, rain is falling. Oh, steal some cover, share some skin. La 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 la. The clouds are shrouding us in moments unforgettable. You twist to fit the mold that I'm in. 'Cause you're maybe all I need. And darling, she is all I see. And come and rest your bones with me. And driving slow on Sunday morning, I never want to leave. Cool. I have a microphone in my, wow. This, Gurpreet Singh gets 2 mics. So I sang that song in front of American Idol judges. Nicki Minaj, that was cool. The only season she hosted that show. Keith Urban, they called him Keith Turban. That was not my idea. Randy Jackson, he's been there for 75 years. Mariah Carey, yeah, that was dope. I didn't really know what I was doing. People have talked about their journeys and storytelling, and I was still relatively new to music. I played I did like Shabbat Kirtan. I like started just learning American songs, and now all of a sudden I'm like auditioning on a show, competing with people that literally sound like John Legend and maybe even like Beyonce. And they're like, yo, Gurpreet, what's your style? Like, what kind of genre do you do? And I'm like, I don't know, man. I like country and R&B and like West Coast hip hop. I don't know. So I wasn't really sure what kind of artist I wanted to be, but I sang Sunday Morning. That got me somewhere. That was nice. And then I sang Georgia on My Mind. That also got me somewhere. And yeah, I lost American Idol. Yeah. Their loss. I gotta say, I gotta take a moment here. I mean, it's an honor to be to have competed on the show, but I didn't really have the ability to tell my story the way I wanted to. I mean, Fox. Let's be honest, Fox. Enough said. And there were some highs. There were some highs of the show. I mean, for a long time, I was a people pleaser. I've been paying my therapist way too much money about this. But I was like, yo, yeah. I mean, it was amazing to support, to be on American Idol and like represent Sikh and represent like the Punjabi culture and like also be American. That was cool. But there was a lot of things. If you guys have seen, don't watch it. Don't go. Don't do it. My initial audition, I mean, they put like red lights in my eyes and they made me look like some monster. The Turbinator, they called me. I didn't mind it at first. When I was like 6 years old, I used to go by the Turbinator. I think every Sikh used to call themselves the Turbinator. But yeah, they turned it into like this thing, and you know, being like in the entertainment industry, being a Sikh and being represented a certain way is very important, especially if you're a pioneer, and so like how you're represented is very important. I was represented positively once they realized I could kind of sing, but at first it was like a weird, like this guy might be a joke contestant. And I was like, oh Lord, I gotta take like singing lessons then. So then I started taking singing lessons and I started singing more. Girl, I'm in love with you. Some little John Legend in there, so I feel like that was like my thing. Girl, I'm in love with you. This ain't the honeymoon. Past the infatuation phase. Oh, right in the thick of love. At times we get sick of love. Seems like we argue every day. I know I misbehaved. You made your mistakes, and we both still got room left to grow. Oh, and though love sometimes hurts, I'll still put you first. We'll make this thing work, but I think we should take it slow. We're just ordinary people. We don't know which way to go, hey. 'Cause we're ordinary people. La, 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 la. Maybe we should take it slow. Nice. Thank you. Maybe we should take it slow. After that, I took it really slow. I was like on the highs of American Idol. Didn't really know what kind of artist I wanted to be. People are like, yo, Gurpreet, you have a puggy on your head, sing some Punjabi music. And I'm like, I'm singing American songs, man. I don't know how to do that yet. So I took a break for like a really, really long time. And I guess that's how journeys work sometimes, right? Like you find something you're interested in, but then you're in the limelight immediately after, and you're not really sure what you want to do with it. So it was a struggle for a while. But I started getting into other genres as well. I got into a little bit of jazz. Fly me to the moon. Let me play among the stars. Oh, let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, oh, hold my hand, babe, blah, 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 blah. In other words, baby, kiss me. Sweet. Got into jazz. I was a big fan. Thank you. Yeah, I got into some like cool jazz artists, Ella Fitzgerald, Billie Holiday, Frank Sinatra. I used to love jazz and Indian classical music are similar in the sense that there's a lot of improv, right? So you go la la. You can also go wah 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 wah. So you just kind of like improv and just hang out. And so I really enjoyed that for a while now. Jazz wasn't too familiar for a lot of people. They don't really listen to jazz. You got Michael Bublé, he's cool. But a lot of people didn't really understand that, so I kind of started going back into my roots and singing some like Punjabi and Hindi songs fusion with American music, and that's kind of where I am today. So I'm just gonna sing a couple small things in like 20 seconds just to show you what I'm into nowadays. Sweet, cool. ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਉਡੀਕਦੀਆਂ ਦਿਲ ਵਾਜਾ ਮਾਰਦਾ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਉਡੀਕਦੀਆਂ ਦਿਲ ਵਾਜਾ ਮਾਰਦਾ ਆਜਾ ਪਰਦੇਸਿਆ ਵਾਸਤਾ ਏ ਪਿਆਰ ਦਾ ਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਉਡੀਕਦੀਆਂ Adolan ave tenu akia odik. We can clap. Asajna ave tenu akia. Adolan ave tenu akia odik. Niza gama pa niza nida pa maga dega sara niza nida. Anisa gasa, anisa gasa, anisa gasa, anisa gama pop my god, anisa. Hey, y'all are clapping on beat. This is dope. No. Oh, la 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 la. Anisa gasa, anisa gasa, anisa gasa. ਜਦੋਂ ਤਾਂ ਤੂੰ ਰੁੱਸ ਗਿਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਡੋਲਣਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਡੋਲਣਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਤਾਂ ਤੂੰ ਰੁੱਸ ਗਿਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਡੋਲਣਾ ਭੁੱਲ ਗਿਆ ਕਾਵਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਨੇਰੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਉਡੀਕਦੀਆਂ ਆ ਡੋਲਣਾ ਵੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਉਡੀਕਦੀਆਂ ਓ ਡੋਲਣਾ ਵੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਉਡੀਕਦੀਆਂ ਸਜਣਾ ਵੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਉਡੀਕਦੀਆਂ ਸਜਣਾ ਵੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਉਡੀਕਦੀਆਂ Yes. Sweet, thank you. I think we're out of time. The journey has just begun, or it's like somewhere in the early phases. It's not like, I was kind of immature at the beginning. I'm still trying to figure out where I want to be as an artist, but the journey has not ended. It's not in the middle. We're like in the early phases right now. But I've started now working on some original music, so I'm gonna hopefully release that soon. So shameless plug, check out my Venmo at No, I'm kidding. Check out my Instagram at Gurpreet Serene. I hope to release some original music soon. This is, I think, me signing off as an MC as well. I think we'll have Amrita Puller speak. She's a comms director. But everyone, thank you so much. Gurpreet Serene signing out. Yeah, let's go.
Sat Sri Akal, everyone. My name is Amrita. I'm the SALDEF comms director. What a beautiful evening it's been. The stories you've heard today are the very fabric of who we are as Sikhs. They remind us of all the sacrifices made, the values we hold dear, and the resilience that flows through our veins. All the storytellers tonight, with their passion and eloquence, have kept these values alive. Let's give a round of applause to all the volunteers, all the storytellers, and you yourself in the audience. Let us carry these stories forward, share them with our families, so the flame of our heritage continues to burn bright. Of course, this wouldn't have been possible without the incredible support of our sponsors, Comcast and TAF. Their belief in the power of storytelling has allowed us to gather here tonight and celebrate our shared history. And finally, before we move on to the networking session, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the one who nurtured my love for stories, my mom. Mom, thank you for your love, your stories. They're the foundation on which I stand. You instilled in me a love for our heritage, and tonight I feel a deep sense of gratitude for that gift. May Vaheguru bless you all. Let us walk out of here tonight with hearts full of pride, spirits lifted by the stories we've heard, and a commitment to share them with the rest of the world. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Thank you.
I will.
great show. Of course, no worries. Like, how do we clean up?